Hello everyone, and welcome to another live stream. Thank you guys for stopping by so early as we are just getting started here. It's a nice evening time for the European side of the world and a good old afternoon for the Americas. But I just wanted to say today we're going to be playing some StarCraft, and it's going to be a good time. I think we can actually jump right into it here. Let's start out with a nice direct strike as is the ritual. That way we can actually catch up with you guys in chat. We'll have something something going on in the background while we catch up and banter, as it were. Hello there, Daniel Smith, Trollo de Trollhouse, R. Barkley, that Twisted Guy, New Horizons, RJ, and Gunderthal, with Naz, K. Danny, Mr. Fahrenheit, and Aiki-sanu. Welcome, like 3 a.m. for you. Oof, that's the opposite side of the world from me. Testing WMDs in chat, because it's fun. Because it's a good time, and also because it is the it is what I've been thoroughly enjoying as the playstyle recently, and frankly I would like to have targets that are not just completely not knowledgeable. Like, most of the time my opponents are literally trying to figure out what units do what. It's like, yay! I had someone that didn't even know what queens did. So that was great. They were on my team that one, actually. So I was trying desperately to teach them what basic units were, but they didn't know. And then I had another team immediately afterward where there's 3 new players that actually hadn't played before. They were just, a couple friends decided to download the game, try it out. All power to them, but for a team game, it was pretty hard, yikes. It'd be nice to have some actually competent players on my team and against them. But yes, that's why I want to do some nuke testing, so I actually see what it's like to face players that know what they're doing. But you don't usually get that, Like teaching someone to play chess and pretending there's fun to be had in the competition in that match. Yeah, that kind of thing. Like, I'm happy to teach. I do actually thoroughly enjoy teaching. It's one of my favorite things to do. But there is no competition in that match, in your words. Very accurate. Hey, Dragon Earth. Well, sounds like you're making money. You make your own lobbies and mostly competent people snipe them. When I'm on the stream, yeah. When I'm not on stream, not so much. Still happens sometimes, but not so much. Lord knows I'll just be playing StarCraft and suddenly crag. Out of stream, half the Zerg players are so bad. Yes. Yes. Which is kind of par for the course for RTS games as a whole, and, well, the arcade, which follows. Hey, this is a rare occurrence. This almost never happens, where you get the Havoc actually lined up with your Slayers to outrange the bunker. Couldn't really capitalize on it, but you tried. So yesterday I was supposed to, I had it scheduled to do a recording of a Forts video, and then I sat down and I was like, let me work on the Minecraft map a little bit, because I didn't want to try recording. What had happened is I pulled up Forts and there were no open lobbies. Really, at least none that I wanted to join that weren't like hyper modded or whatnot. I was like, rather than do this now, I'm gonna wait till like 5 o'clock my time, like prime time, 4 hours, and then do the recording. So I pulled up Minecraft to continue working on the world. And then when I checked the clock again, it was like 11 p.m. I'm like, well, now I can't record. It's too late. So that's unfortunate. So I was supposed to have that, and I was going to have it ready for you guys today, and now I'm just disappointed in myself. But, yikes. Plan on playing Squadron TD? I don't know, like, Squadron TD, it's not bad, I just can't bring myself to be interested in it. Every time I try it, it's like, Like, it's okay. It's just team-based tower defense with sending. It's like, it's everything I would think I would want about a tower defense, but I just can't bring myself to enjoy it, and I don't know why. Like, it's definitely well made. It's pretty good. It's definitely one of those games that can survive being a standalone. Always fun you lose many hours to a game. Well, I mean, I was building a world. It's not like I was being unproductive and not doing anything, but I'm just disappointed that I didn't prioritize appropriately. Because you don't know what you do and therefore lose. It's usually not I think a lot of the reason. Hello, Jack the Ripper coming in with the nuclear launch, starting us off exciting. Oh, you know what I don't have? I don't have sound enabled. Choo choo, we aren't even doing a nuke train. Hello, hello. One thing I tend to find about most TDs, and one of the reasons that I don't enjoy them as much, is because once you get the build order, there's just nothing to learn. There's no excitement to be had. It's just copy paste the build order, which, to be fair, Direct Strike isn't all that different. But at least this is strictly PvP instead of like PvEVP, where you learn the build order and then that's it, and you do like some minor variation to deal with whatever the opponents are trifling you with. But that's one of the things I don't like about it. It's like once I actually learn how to play the game, I'm like permanently disinterested in it because of it. So I don't think it's really that. To be fair, I don't know what the appropriate build orders are. But I don't think that's the source of the issue. That's why you play dynamic instead of standard rotating builders where you need to improvise every game. Yeah, that seems like something I'd be a bit more interested in, yes. Good Easters. Does it start off Easter with Incursus StarCraft stream? Is it Easter today? So I know it's Easter Sunday, yeah? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, isn't that a Sunday thing? It is a Sunday thing. A day that I will be spending with my family. Do I play Balloon CD battles? Not really, no. I've played it before. I used to play it somewhat a lot, just in my spare time, but it's not something I've put on the channel, nor is it something I'm interested in putting on the channel. Kingdom Rush TD. I haven't heard much about that one. One of my favorite tower defenses, I say tower defenses, more of an action game. This was like in the age of flash games on the internet. Um, I don't remember the name of it, to be honest. It was a tower defense TM where you were a tower, a single castle, and you had a single bow, and you just had to bow everything down, and you could get upgrades for your bow to become stronger, or you could get some like automatic other like NPC bows that would help you out. But I don't remember the name of it. I should look it up again. Bowmaster Prelude. Yes. Yes, that was the name of it. Thank you. Wow, I did not describe that particularly well at all, and you nailed that. Bowmaster Prelude. Yes, that is it. I love that one. That one was so very good. Have I tried Planet Crafter? I have not tried Planet Crafter. And it is the kind of game I do actually enjoy TM. I'm a bit bigger fan of automation than just crafting everything possible. But, like, I don't really like crafting games. I like automation games. And Planet Crafter isn't really automation, but it's close. It's automation adjacent. That game is also one of your favorites, Bowmaster Prelude? Yeah. I don't know why I found it so enjoyable. It was just so satisfying. Like, especially if you'd like make the perfect shot and then the payoff is just top. Hello there, Math Puns. Welcome to chat. Have I ever thought of synchro a book or so? Do you like voice acting or voicing books for that? Thought about it. I haven't spent any time actually looking into or doing it. Thought about it, and I would just do so if it were like an opportunity were thrown upon me. I would absolutely do so. But I haven't spent any time actually putting together or looking into it. I should probably do that at some point. Voice would be good for audiobooks. Only one way to find out. Watching stream instead of studying. Oh no. How could you? Oh, the empower me. Not even microing it. Excellent. Okay. I think we're not gonna mess with Havocs just yet. I need to get the Wrathwalkers going. Because he's got lots of Liberator and Liberator hurt. They're doing homework, but you're actually in school? Oh no. I remember something I used to do in school a lot that all of my teachers hated. This lasted all the way through university because I never really changed this, is that I was always quite adept at multitasking, paying attention to multiple things. So I would regularly just be in class and doing something else from either homework or just talking. Like, not, I would never interrupt people, but it was enough for the professor to notice. Like, I would be doing something that wasn't directly paying attention to the teacher. And teachers didn't like that. They didn't like that at all. Like, even something as simple as, like, playing on my Game Boy or something. And, what would end up happening is the teachers would call on me to, like, answer questions or really just try to interact with me and, like, catch me off guard. And it never worked because I was always actually paying attention. But it was just constant. It was constant. It's like, oh, Incursus, why don't you tell me what this student just said when they were talking? And then I would just repeat it word for word. But the amount of sideways glances and mild annoyance I would get from the professors made me smile a little bit. You know, sit in the front row only to read in front of the teacher's face because you know the material. I never sat... I tried to avoid sitting directly in the front row because every time I did, it was just unnecessary antagonizing. But yes, and I would usually sit in the second row. Like, I'm not gonna sit right in front of the teacher or the professor just to annoy them. Like, that's just not doing it. That's just, that helps no one, but I want to sit close enough that I could passively hear them without having to pay attention. Did he just sell all for galleons? Yeah, he did. Which is probably gonna work, actually. Because just like any Haunted Horner transition, it's gonna catch them off guard. Now, of course, it's galleons, and galleons are pretty easy to deal with. Especially, so like, choices... Wraiths would have been a far better option, but like, they'll work. They'll get the job done. And it'll take a while for them to react appropriately. I'm sure the Manx is gonna be...
Warning.
The critical factor there is we have awesome Toyota. Do you see Nuke in the title? You do. We're gonna be playing around with those in a little bit. It's gonna be a good time.
Do I see Nuke in the title?
You do. Hello, greetings from Poland. Hello there. I actually just finished the last batch of pierogi. Because my family, we make a homemade pierogi. And it was so good. And I just finished the last of it. It was tasty. We need to make more. I don't think we're going to be making more for this weekend, but hopefully sometime soon this month. Did you ever have a teacher tell you that if you're bored, you should go home? Never bluff if you can't follow through, though. I've never actually had a teacher tell me that. Because I think after the first couple times of challenging me, they realized that I was paying attention. Especially considering that I was like a straight A student. It's like, I'm just literally just bored in class and it's a waste of my time to be there. But I was there nonetheless because they always had some attendance as part of the grade, which is counterproductive in my opinion, but I would be there and just sit there and do something else most of the time. I did have a teacher that basically broke, which I feel kind of bad, but also it's so one of the lectures I had to go to, it was a writing class specifically for engineers, and it was one of two writing classes for engineers. It's like English for engineers and then writing for engineers, which are two different classes, but they actually had the same curriculum. It was the same. It was literally the same books, the same everything, taught by the same teacher. So it was just two different classes, and we had to pay for both. and I didn't like it. Wasn't a fan. The professor was aware that it was not a particularly effective solution to the problem. Basically just taking money from the students because they could. And none of the students were happy about it, and the teacher was not happy about it either. But like, there were some basic ground rules that were said, because like just things like, just don't literally submit the same homework twice. But for me, it was just the epitome of I hate everything that's going on here, and I made it known by acting appropriately. And this professor did not handle the amount of sass and the amount of lack of care that any of the students had for the entire experience with regard to those two classes. And sometimes the teacher just had a really bad day, and I did genuinely feel for her. But also, she would have us do stuff like submit a 15-page paper twice on the same topic, but they couldn't be the same paper. And at some point, I just stopped caring. And that's just kind of how that went. And every time teacher would say something like, alright, we're doing the talking section now. Let's do some impromptu thing. That was a mistake. It's like, oh, Incursus, why don't you just come up here and talk about this topic for a while? Because we're doing impromptu today. It's like, great. How many hours? One of the times, this poor professor. I did this on purpose because I wanted to save my grade, because I did make a mistake, kind of. There's a bit of a communication error. One of the papers we were supposed to turn in, is we had to turn them in all online, but also in person. I missed, myself and about 60-ish% of the class missed that second half where we had to also turn it in on purpose. Or turn it in person, not just online. And well, what ended up happening was a significant amount of us did not get we just didn't bring a copy of the printed out version of the essay, the paper. And for whatever reason, Professor was not having it that day. And she said, anyone who doesn't have this paper on my desk by the end of class is getting a whole letter removed from their grade. And I'm like, great, just 10% off the top. I'm not about that life, and that's what I took it as a challenge. Because some people... It was, no. I'm sorry, am I getting this wrong? Yeah, I am getting this wrong. It was at 2 letter grades off for not having it on the paper, not having the paper on the desk, and 1 letter grade off for turning it in late, where late is any time during the class, before the class started. So after we had been informed that we needed to have the copy turned in physically, we were then told that if you leave the class to go print it out and turn it in, you will not get 2 letter grades off, you will only get 1 letter grade off. Time to scan for unlocked printers in the building. Oh yes, that is exactly what I did. Fortunately, there was one in the room. And the way the security system worked there is that the one in the room was only meant to be used by the professor. If you wanted to do student printing, you had to go down to the printing room, which was just around the corner. But it did cost, the students didn't get printers for free. So the professors could print things for free in their rooms, but the students could not. We had to go to the printing room. Well, anyone who knows much about IT, those systems aren't particularly secure. It took me all of like 10 minutes to get into it, because I had my laptop there. And I had a problem. with it, in that in order to get through the security, I had to kind of manually do the drivers to get it working. I didn't know what format it was in, and without having like any kind of automated setup or any real way to talk to the thing, I kind of sort of had to guess what format the printer ran in. So I narrowed it down to 2 different drivers, and just in the middle of the class, I ran a test print, and well, it worked. It printed, and I was like, all right, sweet, I got this sucker working. Professor was livid about that, because she was just in the middle of talking and then suddenly printing. Oh, she was not happy. She was not happy at all. And that caused her to respond and say, whoever just printed this out, like, she figured it out. Like, she knows she's in a room full of engineers. She's like, all right, whoever just printed this out, I'm not even going to look at this. I don't want to know who did this. I don't want to know the name. I'm putting it on top. We're going to have words afterward. And I'm like, oh no. It's just in my head, of course, because I used a Windows test print. I don't know why she thought like a 4-page essay would only be 1 piece of paper, but she was just not having it that day. And so that was a moment I realized that she needed to not be in the room whenever I printed the paper out. So this is where I got a little bit more devious. And by more devious, I mean I got access to the projector and the audio system in the room remotely, and then started playing very loud white noise through it. And it wasn't loud enough to stop everything from happening, but it was loud enough to cause the professor to call in IT. And when IT couldn't fix the problem, professor decided to leave IT in the room and go get some coffee. About 8 people came up to me and asked me to print their paper for them. The moment she left. And I did exactly that. And then I looked at the piece of paper that was printed out, and it was raw wingdings, because apparently I chose the wrong driver the first time. And it was just a matter of choosing the other driver, and then I successfully printed out everyone's homework, and it was great. And then I put wingdings back on top. Everyone was happy. And when the professor looks at the pieces of paper to see who was so disrespectful as to print right in front of the lecture, it was just going to be wingdings. That was an experience. I did feel bad for her, but also not really. It's more of a situation of, why is the school putting us in this circumstance than anything else? Did it disable the white noise? Oh yeah. Once I had it printed out, I fixed it while IT was working on it. That was simple enough. You wouldn't even have felt bad. I can't feel with when the school does that kind of thing to their students. It's exploiting, is what it's exploiting the students. I really cannot genuinely bring myself to feel that amount of bad for it. Like, if you're going to create an adversarial system where you're pitting the students against the teachers, against the entire system, you have to expect that kind of thing. Like, you can't create an adversarial school system where it benefits the students to work against the teachers and then expect the students to not work against the teachers, or to expect the teachers to not have to fight for things. Like, that's just not, like, I'm sorry. Bit IT came in and thought someone was messing with you for sure. Oh no, they were students themselves, and they didn't know what was actually going on. It took them like 3 times. It took them like 3 times leaving and coming back, and they genuinely had no idea what was going on. And then it just stopped when they were playing around with it, and they didn't figure out. I never told IT. They never figured it out. It just fixed itself at some point, and that was it. Problem solved, and it didn't start again. And then Professor came back from her coffee, and lecture went on, or at least whatever is left of it. There really wasn't much of a lecture to have, and also we got the same lecture again. We got the same lecture again a few hours later, because that's how the class system was meant. Exploiting students for money is part of the economic contract, but robbing them of their time as well goes too far. Something like that, yes. Or or grinding the students' wallets so hard that it is also their time. Like, it's just... It was... The whole situation was just bad. You can give the same lecture twice, so you can't tutor the same paper twice. You call shenanigans. Me and everyone else there. What was my major? Computer science. So the major? Should have just started playing Shrek. I didn't want to make it obvious that there was some trolling going on. I needed IT to come out and solve the problem so that Professor would leave the room. If I was playing something like Shrek, were really anything recognizable as purposeful, then IT wouldn't come into the room. Very big difference. But that was a... I had many run-ins with that particular professor about the whole respect thing, because the professor wanted a middling of respect, and I just did not care. She plagiarized herself. I'm pretty sure that interferes with academic integrity. She understood full well what was going on, and she was paid to teach that class by her management. She was, I don't want to say as much a victim, but she was not in a position where she could have any meaningful effect on these students' experiences there. To her credit, she did, for the most part, make a decent attempt at making the situation for us students more palatable. I will say this, a lot of the students were not very pleased and were more outwardly hostile than was necessary. I wasn't exactly the pinnacle of virtue, but at least I didn't openly insult or go out of my way to do things outside of the one hacking experience. I was more just kind of passively annoyed and did not make it any attempt to hide it. Respect how that goes both ways, so it's understandable. Yeah. You found a way to look up one input. Your CS group had fun experience and they found a major security vulnerability in the school's systems. The passwords for students and faculty were made with the formula. Oh, yeah, I've never seen a school that doesn't have that, by the way. Every school I've been to. Is you found a way to look up one input variable and found that something like 75% of students and 35% of faculty had the default password. You did report it to IT, but really debated waiting to report it until after you graduated. Yeah, no. Like, that is actually a problem, and that's something that every school I've been to had. They always had a formula for the passwords. And they allowed you to change it, of course, but it was ridiculous. And at one point in time, I kind of reverse engineered it, and I just had passwords. There was an instance where I actually had a teacher who was technologically incompetent. And this poor woman, she was good-natured as all. She trusted me enough to ask how to do something with the computer system. It was about setting up a projector and setting up a way for her to put the lecture on the projector and run it through its multimedia system. And for that, you need the professor's login. And that was the only one time I used the professor's login was when she asked me to help her set it up, and she didn't know anything about the system. So like, okay, you just log in here with the password. She didn't know her password, and I typed it in for her. I think she loosely understood the severity of that interaction, but she didn't say anything, and I never I never did anything untoward with that information, with that credential. So it was just like, and that's just kind of the normal. Teachers who get assigned those courses are usually being punished some way. Yeah, I didn't envy at all. Behold the power of white hats. It was a thing. It was definitely a thing. One of the universities I went to, their IT was just entirely incompetent, like to a laughable degree. We had an instance where I went into what was called the computer courtyard. Basically, it was just a public use. Well, public. Any student could go log into the computers and just have access to a computer. Just university-owned computer. And all of them had viruses on them. Every single one of them. And IT was just completely oblivious to that. I discovered it because I plugged in my STD stick, the local flash drive, a handheld flash drive, and when I went to look at the USB, it had a slightly different file structure than what I left on it. I know this because I pay very close attention to my technology things, and it was doing something that I didn't tell it to do. And immediately brought it back to a demilitarized zone and just started experimenting with it. It was actually an interesting little virus. Its warhead, its payload had been... Oh my god, these things are fully spazzed out. Its payload had been removed, or at least deactivated. But its spreading system was completely active. So it was doing all the thing. It was infecting all the computers, but it wasn't actually doing anything once it infects them. So, at least there was that. It did have a what is it called? It did have a reference to an IP address, so eventually it could be remotely activated. But as far as I could tell, that IP address wasn't being used for anything. But yeah, there is a virus on everything. Perhaps a student experimenting. So what ended up happening was I did find the guy. That was exactly what it was. I did find the guy because I brought it up to some of the university students. I said, hey guys, in the IT side of things, just some of the students, I said, I found this virus walking around, and I explained it, and one of the guys was like, yeah, we don't talk about that. We were experimenting, like, it was like a whole group, like 30 of the guys that were aware of what it was, of the students, because they were experimenting with a virus, and they did disable it, but they accidentally released it, and now it's just everywhere, infecting everything. And they can't convince IT to do something about it because the IT is just incompetent at the school. So they just kind of understand that it exists, and it lived in the school system and infected everything. It's actually kind of funny. It infected things so strongly that it would actually overwrite other viruses. So if there was an actual virus that broke out, this sucker would straight beat it down and like delete other viruses in the attempts to procreate itself, and it would do so quite successfully, actually, which was an interesting little side effect. But it was very sad to see the state. That's a plus, the virus. It's so vicious but entirely harmless. Yeah, it was harmless in that it wouldn't actually do anything. The only thing, it would eat some of your attempts to interact with it. Like it would mechanically, the way it worked is it would this was back when autoplay flash drives or external drives was a thing. It would replace the autoplay with itself. So whenever you plugged it in somewhere or something interacted with the infected machine or the infected device, it would just... Oh god, I didn't consider that. I don't think I can have these here, can I? It would just... it would just do its virus procreation instead of actually whatever it was supposed to do. So if you had a USB drive that would just, I don't know, open itself up whenever you plugged it in, or really tried to interact with it in any way when you plugged in your USB drive, it just wouldn't work because the virus had completely taken over. You could still manually go into the thing and use it, but it was kind of annoying to deal with. That's just how the virus did things. So it wasn't like completely benign, but it was hardly damaging. Using a virus as an antivirus, what's that called? Norton? I think we call that Kaspersky. Viral immunity by oversaturation. Disabling autoplay seems like a feature of the virus. Well, that's fair. That is fair. What was the virus programmed in the first place? I forget. It was mostly batch, and it was mostly batch with a exe of some kind. I assume like C++, I would imagine. I know it was mostly batch. Yay, Windows. Gosh. I don't really have units that aren't massive that won't get my own hydras melted. Wouldn't that make it a worm rather than a virus? How does it propagate? Okay, yeah, yes. If you want to get that technical with it. If I start using things like worms and trojans, people get confused. But yes. Whoa. Incoming death. Bye, cruel world. That was an experience. I actually, with that same school, I had another experience with IT, and by that I mean, so the school had a very strong filter on what you could do with those machines, and unfortunately, some of the school classes required that you use those machines because the only way to access some of the student repositories and student materials was to be on their network, and bringing your own device did not work particularly well, let alone getting access to a student account that had access to the school libraries and such. That was just a pain, and it really didn't work very well. The most consistent way was to just go into the computer courtyard or the computer building and use the computers that were there to gain access to what you needed. Unfortunately, those computers had some issues. Things like having extremely strict firewalls. They had lockdowns on what websites you're allowed to go to. They had blocks on all kinds of things. And being a university, you installed school management software on the computer. So it was like a physical software that was running on the computer rather than just blocking with a firewall. And the websites these school administrators and their IT would block is ridiculous. They literally blocked Google at the firewall level once. That was a problem because they used Gmail as their school system's email, and it shut the entire school down for about a week. That's the level of competence that the IT had. So when I say that they were blocking things, they were blocking as much stuff as they could to a point where it was a detriment to your own ability to use the computer. So I wrote a virus of sorts to disable the entire system, or at least to more accurately to remove any computer that I was using from the system, because I didn't have another way of using the computer. It was ridiculous. And I quite literally, that was the first and only time I've ever written any kind of virus. And it was functional. Any computer I was on, I plugged in my USB, it auto-injected it, rebooted the machine, and the machine was completely off of the school system. And I had free access to do anything I wanted on that machine, which, as I noticed, included gaining access to every student's information and credentials that had ever logged into that machine, which was an incredible security risk because it was all in plain text and I didn't even need a virus to find it. It was just there. Anyone who logs in could have seen that, period, which was a problem. I only noticed it because I was poking around on the computer so much while writing the virus, but that was a big yikes. I didn't tell anyone about that one. IT was certainly not going to do anything about it, and I just didn't want to raise awareness about it because, oof. But yeah, that was a thing. My only regret was that I had well, I guess it was not that much of a regret because they didn't betray me on that one. I had a friend who noticed what I was doing and begged me to give them a copy of it, and that actually motivated me to upgrade the virus such that once it was installed, it would automatically uninstall itself. And that way, if someone were to use it, they wouldn't have to manually remember to uninstall the virus. So the machine wouldn't be permanently damaged or off the network. It would just be temporarily removed. And the moment that you walked away or logged out, I would intercept the logout command and have it reboot the machine and basically reset the computer back to the way it was before the virus is installed. Which was actually kind of cool. I was satisfied with that one. And the person I gave it to never actually didn't give it out and never told anyone about it. And I'm still not happy that I ever capitulated and handed it out, period. But, like, nothing bad came of it, so... What's the best way to learn these kind of things? You really want to learn this stuff, but you don't know how? Literally just start. There is no school, there is no course, there is no real good place to go to learn. You just gotta start looking it up and playing with it. It's like, if you want to go the route of a proper education, you can, but at the end of the day, a proper education will not teach you how to do these things. At all points in time, you have to be teaching yourself. As I've said to everyone who goes through learning technology, it's just like learning a language, like a regular human language. And the only way to learn a regular human language is to use it. You can't learn a language if you don't actually speak the language. It doesn't matter how many years of education you have in an academic setting. All you have to do is physically talk the language until you get it to work. That's how that works. So, just start talking the language. Just look up words and just do it. And once you start talking it, once you become basically fluent in computer, then you don't need a proper academic education outside of getting the credentials to be hired by someone, because no one's going to hire you if you don't have credentials, because everyone and their mother has credentials, so like why would they hire someone who doesn't? Only exception is sign languages. Fair enough. Don't need to speak sign languages. Yeah. I think a lot of colleges now use deep freeze to handle... So you see, the problem is the universities, they did use deep freeze, or at least a earlier variant of it. The problem is that it got onto whatever image they were using, and so the virus ended up propagating that way as well. So now, okay, I can't. So I do actually have to be careful here with these. The Nighthawk can harass these Marines, but as long as these Marines have actually stupid amount of DPS, and if they target me, I just die. But here's the thing. I can stay on the fringes, and as long as they don't actually shoot at me with more than like 4 Marines, then I'm okay. And I can just kind of harass them into the ground. And just come off here to repair. Yeah, to this day, I don't know how that virus got onto the deep freeze. Onto the image, but ooh, I leave. Oh god, look how quickly he burns my HP down. Yeah. I appreciate they're using units. It makes my life difficult. Alright, so the Marines have been pushed back. Well, I'll say this, though. The deep freeze images only got reset on the PCs at the end of, like, every week or so. It wasn't a daily thing. But it was an experience. Alright, he's taking the rocks down, which I guess is fair. Nope. I leave. Stalker's a little bit more dangerous because they can blink, therefore they can get on top of me faster. Also, they do bonus damage to armored. Your C++ teacher basically told you the best way to learn was to code. Didn't attend his lectures from that point on. Instead, spending time coding computer lab, working class assignments. Got an A. Yeah, that is exactly it. You don't need to. There's no. It's learning a language. There's no academic way to teach a language. You have to physically talk the language in order to learn it. That's one of the things that makes learning programming kind of difficult from a school setting, because because what ends up happening is you have the students who are willing to sit there and learn the language, and then you have the students who are just not. And anyone who doesn't is inevitably going to not pass the class. And that's just kind of how that works. The stalkers are scary. I need this, thank you. I've actually not done a whole lot of damage here. And if I don't do a whole lot of damage here, I don't get money out of it. If I don't get money out of it, then I don't get income. Because Manx doesn't really get a whole lot of income. Alright, so that's another Nighthawk right there. It's like every one of these that I destroy is 300 minerals, and therefore is a Nighthawk worth of minerals. So, good. Nope. If he gets his Marines under me, I lose all my Nighthawks. But I can micro Nova too. I'm a little bit busy microing already. Like, I could do it, but I'd rather not if I don't have to. Because I will lose units. Don't you get money from bunkers? Yes. But you don't get much. It isn't a lot of money. It's really not much money at all. And I kind of need my money. Drop a nuke on the way out and try killing the stalkers. Yeah, it doesn't work very well. It's usually just a waste of it. With 90-second cooldown, I'd rather save the nukes to something that I can actually target, as opposed to just swinging and missing on the stalkers. Oh, actually took out a couple Vikings with that as well. Nice. How close are we? Alright, we're good here. So at this point I'm going to stop getting Nighthawks. Because remember that Manx, his eco is in his units. So if I lose my units, I also lose my eco. And I don't want to do that, if at all possible, if at all avoidable. But at this point, I'm going to stop investing in these units and start investing in a different level of economy. I'm actually going to get some of these guys because they have a Protoss, and that's going to make my life difficult. What does a black mist do? Is it like blending cloud? It is exactly blending cloud. Yeah, this is why I wanted these. Going to invest my money in increasing my energy regeneration. Is in your eco bunker? So my mineral economy is bunkers, yes. I have 3 different resources to manage. I have minerals, Vespene gas, and energy. And they're all obtained different ways. Minerals are obtained via bunkers, or obviously by, you know, killing things, either the Zerg on my side or their units on their side. Vespene gas is obtained via units. The more units I have, the more Vespene gas I get. In this case, each one of these Nighthawks is giving me 12 Vespene gas for as long as they are alive, so I don't want to lose them because then I lose that Vespene gas income. And then I have energy regen, which is increased via Vespene gas. So I need more Vespene gas to gain energy. And that's why I'm rushing out. That's why I have a bunch of Nighthawks here that I'm not actually using, because I'm keep there in my economy, which I will then dump into energy production so that I can in turn get more Nighthawks. Or at least level 2 Nighthawks. Just using rank 2 for those and not 3, because rank 3 increases their survivability somewhat, but not much else. I don't have a whole lot of benefit to getting rank 3 when all I need is rank 2 for the nukes. Also, this is why we kill off the observers, because this happens. Yeah, look at this guy. So I just lost 2 Nighthawks because they had an observer there, and also just reacted with any amount of time with my with their Vipers. Vipers together strong. This is why we don't do that. So now I've got max energy income. What's the point of leveling up your Nighthawks twice? Leveling it up to a second time enables their nuclear option. Front node, we can send to their side. Upgrades done. This is not necessary. I don't. Oh, that's a lot of Marines, though. Nova's much better at that. You know, that's a few more of these going. Nuke is a thing. It is a thing. I have several of them. Oh, we leave. We leave. We do not play with the Marines that much. Yes, I can do that. A minute. Okay. Nuke is the thing? Oh, I mean, that's the idea. Time to feed carry with the gas? I will, actually, soon, TM. I'm currently about to spend it all. I need this, and I need... Oh, my mineral income is so low. We need to be nuking things. Okay, well, so we see what's going to happen here is they are conveniently distracted. Because they have a GG of Ultralisk in their base. And, gonna give them a rough time. Oh, look at all these Marines that are over there dealing with the Ultralisks. Be a shame if I removed everything on their front line. Bye. And oh no, the Marines are going to their front line because they have to deal with all this. It would be a shame if I ruined their backline again. Oh no, I just got a lot of money from nuking them. It would be a shame if I spent it on getting any amount of economy going. Please give me money. I'm so poor. Alright. Now that my energy is, like, actually paying off, I should have a few more Nighthawks here to play with. And they've been pushed out of the choke point. They're way back here. Okay, that's fine. Want money? No, I do not want money. Emperor Shadow viable in this situation? Absolutely, yes. Snowdrop, however, could use some Vespine gas. Okay. Alright, how are you looking? Great. Let's go ahead and get this up and running. What? Why did I lose? Okay. Oh. Banelings. Alright, nice. Let me activate the nuke. Give me a minute. Okay, so now they've got this going on. I need to increase the pressure a little bit. I would highly recommend that, yes. Hello. Okay, he noticed. Nice. Let's just do that then. Okay. Is the reason you always get 5 Earth Splitter? Yes. You cannot physically obtain more. That's why. Did someone say carpet bombing? That's a 3 versus 4. With a serious backdoor. I will say this. I did notice them attempting to upgrade their base at the last moment. And I'm fairly certain if it wasn't for the Ultralists, they would have defended the nukes. It's just, there were also Ultralists in the base. And that made the difference. Refuses to not play Bioterran. I mean, Bioterran is not great, but it gets the job done. Mass destruction at global scale. Yes! To be fair, if he responded with the Bioterran, there would have been other issues. because you guys were so heavy on the bio defense, or at least on the unit defense, that static line would not have held terribly long versus just the swarm. You kind of needed to have the bio in front. It's not like he had the option to just not. Okay. We're playing this the way then. You lost because you had a knight back door where it sat doing nothing. Yes. Yes. I may as well call them Nukehawks. Did not know Manx raids could nuke. That right there is the biggest problem that the Nighthawks have in the game, and that it's nobody knows what they do, so nobody knows that they are dangerous, and therefore they cause problems for everyone who's trying to defend against them, because they don't know what they do, let alone how to defend against them. No Mainland Defender will be fun. Yeah. I gotta end the game real quick over here, boys. Have I played Kerbal Space Program? I have not. I'm aware of it. I've watched I've seen extensive amounts of content on it, but I've not played it myself. There is Dons. There is something to say about the way the Nighthawks force a specific response. Typically, when you have something like bio, it doesn't really matter what your opponents are doing. You have a response to it. It just requires you to play to micro differently. Nighthawks requires a very specific response, and it requires you to be paying attention. You cannot simply just say, oh no, I have units and therefore the Nighthawks are solved. It doesn't work that way. You guys had a Protoss who was mostly static. You guys had bio. You guys had, who else did you have? You had a Protoss. You had two. I forget what you guys had. You guys had two Protoss, right? Because you cannot reliably defend the. You cannot reliably defend that front with just one Protoss worth of static. Like, it's good, but it's not gonna hold against the Zerg. Static Terran, Bio Terran, Protoss, Zerg. They only had one Terran? They did have a static Terran. And where did his units go? Because at the end they had Protoss going full. I don't know. I need to pay attention more. You have to actually respond? Yeah, that is true. That's hard to deal with. Because not everyone does that. And then not everyone has the opportunity to deal with that. Like, just because you see it coming doesn't mean someone has the resource to deal with it. Like, I'm fairly certain the Bio-Terran needed to be in the front lines and not responding to it. Strictly because if they did, then the front lines would have fallen to the Zerg. Like, you guys needed someone else to deal with it. maybe that might not have been the case. I don't know if I wasn't paying enough attention to know if that was the case then. But like most of the time when I win games with Nighthawks, it's not because I got some lucky nuke or just that's not true. Most of the time when I win games with Nighthawks is because the people who are defending don't know what Nighthawks are and therefore don't know how to defend against them. Against players that have any modicum of experience with Nighthawks, I win against them by forcing them to split their attention away from Nighthawks. Like, say, waiting until a stank shows up or a boss, or just waiting until something is distracting, or in some manner forcing the units to be stuck in a specific position where they can't meaningfully get away without losing the game. And then nuking something. And nuking something hard. Hello. Okay, let's get these damage outputs going. Alright. Please remove Brood Lord, thank you. Sure, the stack is good, but the entire map is filled with vision, and the ping's made sure of it. Never said how to actually use this, but better players just lower their effectiveness exponentially. Yes! That's one of the things I don't like about Nighthawks. They are good, but also against players who know how to deal with them, they are almost useless. As you saw there, as you saw there on the side with the Vipers, I didn't even get an opportunity to get close to doing something. I got within line of sight and almost lost all of 5 of the ones I committed to that. They weren't even committed yet. They got within line of sight. And the Vipers are like, nope, we're gonna remove them all. I don't even know how 3 of them got away. Like, I fully expected all of them to just die there. So it makes Vipers, it makes counter equals Vipers respond to clear to give no chance. But you can, anyone, so yes and no. Yes plus. Most factions, not every faction, most factions have a tool they can use that completely invalidates the Nighthawk. And I don't mean, oh no, the Nighthawk is good versus, I mean shuts it down to a point where you cannot have Nighthawks anywhere in the vicinity. Something as simple as Kerrigan's stun abilities, they do the same thing as the Nighthawk. It's like a 3-second stun in an AoE. Will just lock down chunks of Nighthawks at a time. And there's nothing the Nighthawk player can do other than just never be within line of sight of Kerrigan. There's, what is it called? There's the Zerg, default Zerg has queens, brood queens, as well as Vipers. They do the same kind of thing. Well, hello. I guess this is where we stand and fight. What is it? All right. Do this then. Oh yeah, he's even gifted me a few weapons. So, funny story, I can go over here and collect the weapon that he just dropped. So now I have upgraded troopers in there. Which is cool. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for more basic construction vehicles. What's going on? Why are we suffering from this? So because I'm Manx and I don't want to be holding everything, like I don't want to try to hold all of the Zerg because that's just asking for trouble. I'm just not going to hold all of the Zerg. I'm going to let the team handle everything else there. And I will basically hold half and whatever this is. Let's do this. Let's get one of these going. Let's do this. Alright. What game mode is this? This is Zerg Wars. There goes the front here. And with it, much of our ability to hold this.
Evolution complete.
Okay. Other side leaking? Yeah, that's kind of expected at this point. Is Alarak stuck? Okay. I was gonna say, like, that's a good question. Looks like they're pushing for Alarak, just casually pushing the spawn. Okay. That's not terribly surprising. Oh, hello. Are we breaking them? Oh, good job, Snowdrop. Alright, so I need this guy as well as this guy up here. And I needed you 5 to come over here and construct these. Oof. Big scary. Let's get a couple of upgrades here. If this devastation turret falls, we lose this because Manx bunkers are like paper and they fold very easily. So I actually require that devastation turret to take hits for me because it actually has armor and HP, whereas my bunkers do not. So that's just kind of how that goes here. Let's get 2 of these, 1 of these going. Get some damage upgrades on this. Let's get this guy constructing sooner than later. Start this process. Okay, we do this guy over here. Alright. I need damage output. Excellent. Okay, so now we're going to be in a little bit better of a position. I want this. And I need all of these things. I have such low income. What stops you from making that bunker on the left side of this cliff? This? The only thing that stops me is that there are Zerg units there. Manx units are and buildings, it's despite having bunker in the name, it's really not very tanky. It's very difficult to hold any position as Manx just because his stuff is so weak. He's got great damage output, but as a whole is so weak that it just doesn't perform well in terms of holding a line. So if you want to do something like if you want to do something like try to move to a position, you have to get set up with an overwhelming amount of firepower all at once, which is very hard to do when you don't have an overwhelming amount of firepower. So you really gotta be able to drop it all at once. Which is, you really can't do that. So I could now that there's some space here to play with, but that's really not. That's still optimistic of me, considering I would then be having to spread my resources across both of these fields, which is asking for trouble. Rip Kerrigan. Man, indoctrinated and the Tal'Darian pylon. That's speed. So this sucker gives plus 30% attack speed, plus the pylon gives plus it. So it's about plus 45% attack speed on this shock division and any creatures out here, which is quite nice. Okay, so we cleared this. Yeah, I know they scanned. What am I gonna do about it? Like, I don't have anything I can do about it. It's just unfortunate. Let's pick up this guy. Pick up this guy and one of these. Here. Be more aggressive. That's what I can do about it. F indeed. There you go. Alright, I can't really do much more over here, can I? So now we just, like, we're holding okay here. I'm harassing them into this corner. He's gonna lose all of his bio. Of course, his bio can be replenished, but, like, in come the Banes. Just realized we have 2 Zergs pushing into them, which makes sense because we have 4 attackers on our team. And, they are not holding it well. It would be a shame if someone were to increase the damage output of the Zerg right now, and also their armor. Let's go ahead and get you with an upgrade, and just send you over here. How's this looking? We good? Oh, let's clear the rest of this out, yeah? He's got Nighthawks over here. Nighthawk over here. So we're just regularly pushing into spawn is what's happening. Bane pods, no. Rip all the gateways, okay. What's going on here? Why are we taking damage? Rank 2? I'm guessing we got Bane potted. Just like right here. Because we lost so many things. Why are people leaving before the end of the game? I'm gonna grab... Okay, this is fine. We did it! I held the line! Excellent. So that worked out better than I expected. You're being bio-launched? Yeah, I know. I didn't actually find where the bio-launchers were. As nothing I could really do about that. I assume the bio-launchers were on their side, which means I actually can't do anything about it. I'm actually curious as to how well the defense would go if there were just literally 3 Alaraks on a team. Teammates crying about things. Kind of have to understand that most people who play RTS games play them more like city builders than a game in which you're competing against somebody else. The kinds of players who will spend 30 minutes aligning structures because it looks pretty, because that's what they enjoy, but they never actually take into consideration that it's actually a player versus player game. And then they get angry when somebody else comes around and blows up their stuff. It's like, hey, I'm gonna go to the beach and build a sandcastle, and some guy came around and smashed it all flat. And I'm gonna be angry at him for it. And just, you would be angry if somebody did that to you. But if you're playing a game where the entire purpose is to smash the other guy's sandcastle, it doesn't make sense to get angry when sandcastles get smashed. Whether yours or theirs. But most people play it that way anyways. And they get angry when their sandcastle gets smashed because they spent, 20 minutes building up a specific defense they liked and took zero consideration into why they were building the defense. Hello there, Carol. Welcome. Why you have to be mad is only game. Yeah. It is what it is. Blame turn-based games and the slow computers that spawned them. I dislike thinking about the slow computers, and I have nothing else to say on that matter. Basically, they get caught up thinking they could, so they don't stop to think if they should. That's at least part of it, yes. To quote Romero, most people play forts, or at least go into forts, thinking they're going to be playing a nice, why don't I remember the quote? They're going to be playing like fort building simulator, but they end up finding out that they're trying to speedrun Polybridge. I don't remember the quote now. That makes me sad because it was a very good quote. Angry Birds. Yes. People just want a single player experience in the multiplayer games. Yeah, they do. And they get mad when they don't get it. We have 2 Terrans and a Zerg. Oh god. Oh god. Novas are... Novas do very well versus Nighthawks. Claymation style point and click? No. I have not heard of it before. How many factions are in this game? Zerg, Terran, Protoss, Manx, Nova, Alarak, Mobius. I think that's it. Kerrigan. I think that's it. So that would be 8. Alarak. Yes. 9. Fortress hostile, poly bridge with crack. Oh no. I appreciate that Dons is learning how to use stalkers. And he's now scaring me. And is actually forcing me to react. Dons, why do you have to go and get good? Oh, yes! Our saving grace is here. There is no escape now. Alright, time to annoy. Lost RNG. Yeah, actually. You did. Nope. Avoid the bio ball. Here's the thing about bio. The only way he's actually scary is if he gets under me and scans with stim active, which we move at approximately the same speed with his stim active, so as long as I never let him get physically under me. Okay, well, Kerrigan got within line of sight, and now I lose my Nighthawk. That's just how that works. This is why we be very careful around Kerrigan. Is the winged muta thing? I believe this is the primal skin for the mutalisk. But yeah, if it's just bio, I can handle bio all day with just the wraith as a wraith. Mobius, and there's also Kerrigan in that list. Kerrigan. ZVP or TZP, Alarak, Manx, Nova, Mobius, Kerrigan. I feel like I'm missing somewhere. Yeah, so losing that Nighthawk means I've lost around 10% of my economy, which is a hefty amount of economy to lose. Which is not a great experience. If you notice, Kerrigan is there, so what we do is we don't go there. Nova also can do terrible, terrible damage to us because Nova can cloak and I don't have detection. And Nova can snipe, and snipe hurts a lot. So I don't want to be near Nova at all if I can avoid it. But Nova doesn't have the insta-kill option. At least I can move away. Like, if I notice Nova is there before I get sniped, I can move away, and I will be able to get away before the snipes get off. But I have to be, like, actively moving away before Nova moves to starts the snipe. With Kerrigan, if there's line of sight, I just die. But yeah, as you can see here, just a single Protoss pushing is enough to force me away. And I know that's because of the timing of it. I can physically get one Nighthawk out before Protoss full clears spawn and pushes me out. Because if this Protoss had made it from over here all the way across to here, then I have nowhere to run, and I will have to exist out here or die to the Protoss, at which point any of this can just kill me, and I don't have there's nothing I can do about it. But yeah, that's a thing. Did I lose these guys? I did. Okay. But yeah, that's how that works. So, gotta be careful with that one. There's no, like, workaround. There's just death. I got lucky in that this thing spawned, which pushed the Protoss away, which means that I can actually survive in this lane. But that's luck, and nothing else. Mind you, most of the random events which occur at that time will push the Protoss away temporarily, but, like, even if he gets pushed away by, like, sudden Ultralisk spawn or sudden Baneling spawn, there's going to be plenty of opportunity for him to come back. So I got sniped once, and there's the second snipe, and I lost a Nighthawk Force. That's another 10% down. That's unfortunate. Manx running from any other named hero of the StarCraft universe seems on brand. Yeah, it is. So just losing those two Nighthawks out the gate is a problem. So now I know that the Nova is over here. Which means I can't do... I got this thing, which is nice. That gives me some progress, but, like, I really can't... I'm going to do this because this is going to prompt the Nova to react. And in doing so... Get away. Oh, no. Go on, Richie. Beat up Nova for me, because I can't do it. Alright, nice. Oh, hey, someone invested in Overlords, and Nova went down. Great, you love to see it. Alright, so at this point, I'm kind of out. I'm kind of washed in terms of dealing actual damage. I've lost too many Nighthawks. I don't have enough Nighthawks to break things anymore. I've just got to kind of sit here and eco what I can, because I'm kind of behind on the whole eco experience. But I'm here. Richie MVP. Seriously, though. Like, actually, I would be fully dead if it wasn't for Richie the Mutalisk. You can boss Muta just patrolling the spawn. If they committed, like actually committed to taking the spawn, they 100% could have. They've got a Kerrigan here which can do the same thing that the Stalkers can, just by outranging and slowly burning away all of these. The Terran Bio would have had a rough time, but like, if Terran Bio was just supporting Kerrigan and supporting the Stalkers, I can't, like, as you guys see, like, I can harass the Bio, but I can't engage it directly on. So that makes a rough time. I would not have been able to do anything there, and the Bio can absolutely hold its own. I'm gonna do this first. You can still rebuild the Nighthawk, so you're just a bit behind on eco. Yes. Yes, I am a bit behind on eco. To say the least. What is that? There's something there. Ah. Yep. Nice. Okay. Bad Nova bad. Just said Manx is a community specializes in hit and run. Not necessarily hit and run so much as dirty cheese. All of his strategies are bad and are hard countered by people knowing about them. But if they don't know about them, or they don't see them coming, then Manx basically wins the game. So that's a thing. Alright, so at this point I've just got to start working on my eco. And now we're off. At least Nova's getting buffs next patch. That's actually good to hear. Hey you, time to stretch. Well, hello there. Direct strike. Crack! I blame you. What have we got? Oh, yep. There's a Manx. There's a Nova doing Nova things. I'm going to invest in this. And I'm going to hope anything happens. So, once I have 3 Nighthawks, what I can do is I can one-shot a turret. So if I drop all 3 nukes, the combined power will take the turret out, which will give me the extra 300 minerals I need to not do anything at this point because I need more than 300 minerals because all my stuff is expensive. But it's at least 300 minerals, and 300 minerals is nothing to scoff at. It looks like just the default Zerg spawns are actually starting to break through the Terran here, which is nice for us. Unfortunately, we are also being broken through. I am dropping this here because that's a problem. Dude, you're going to lose all your Marines to that. Those are Tauras. Oh my god, Marines are overpowered. Okay. Marines are a good unit. We invest in our economy because I kind of need it. Uh-oh. Problem. I have to repair these guys because the disintegrate will actually kill them off if they aren't repaired constantly through the process. So we gotta do this. Unfortunately, I need to keep the economy rolling, and I need to not lose any of these. I already lost one. I need to not lose any of them so I can keep the economy rolling. Because if I don't get the maxed economy here, then I'm just in a rough spot for the rest of the game. Looks like the Protoss has decided to come attack me instead of defending, which I'm not sold as the great decision, but it did cost them their defense. So they've been broken. Surely this breaks soon. Is Kerrigan still there? Okay, that's broken. I appreciate the attempt. How are we looking? How quick does he react to Very? Alright. I'll give him a moment of time. Rifle! What have you done? Nova just insta-gibbed his entire army. Yeah, that's expected. You lost 2, not 1. I had 4, and maybe I did lose 2.
Hyperion's on its way.
Okay. I think what I need to do here is invest in our defenses a little bit, because this is looking like it's going to be a problem if I don't. Like, it's looking like it's gonna be a pretty big problem, actually. As Manx, I really don't have any good tools to deal with Nova. Like, at all. Siege tanks are okay. But, like, they're siege tanks, so, I mean, we're not talking about great stuff here. This is a problem. This is what death looks like. I can afford 1 upgrade on the base, and I have no infrastructure behind to do anything else. There you go, there's your 1 upgrade on the base. I'm picking up an Imperial Witness so I can give attack speed bonuses to those around. These aren't even Elite Marines yet, and we've got a Terminator on the way. That's just going to be death. Uh-oh. If you'll haven't noticed, I've done effectively nothing on the other side. Which is kind of expected given the context. I'm going to leave. God, that ability, orbital ability, actually just kills Nighthawks when they come across, so I can't even attack. Ah! I can't even engage right now if I wanted to. Nova's cloaked right here. It's gonna land. Bye, cruel world. Wow, oh my god. His bunkers actually survived that. I'm so envious. Alright, let me get a siege tank for whatever that's worth. I need to get these going. Like, this is the only way I can actually help out here meaningfully. Here comes death. Here comes disaster. Hi, Dad. How you doing? Yeah, Nova's just gonna snipe. I've got energy to drop a few of these, which can give me repair boys real quick. Let's scare him. Why you so leave? It's understandable. Oh my god, it does so much damage. Oh, it killed all the repair. Yep, that's it. The new axe target is ready to go. Yeah, I saw it. It looks nice and clean. I remember I was talking to Little Brother last night, actually. He was talking about rebuilding it. And took apart the old one and redid the new one. When I use Nighthawks on defense, I mean, I can. They generally don't do all that great versus defense. The Zerg is doesn't really, the Zerg that's incoming really doesn't care about them because there's an infinite amount of Zerg, and taking out a scattered amount of Zerg is not great. Rifle actually griefing. I can't say he's griefing. He's just stuck with a very specific strategy, and it's not working. 987 kills on Nova, more Marines and Wasplings. Yeah, I mean, they attacked you with the things that the Nova deals really well against. So, like, I can understand the Wasplings. I can understand the Marines the first time. So, like, it is what it is. Hello there, Hawklight. Welcome to the chat. Little bro started it and you finished it? Yeah. I figured you did all the painting and such. You weren't made to fight Novas. I mean, it is what it is. The Wasplings work well, but do you have more range and you one-shot them all with one ability? Yes. But if they touch you, you die. You're liking Protoss more than Terrans? Do you have more options? Really? One of these days, people will realize that Mass Stalker Protoss hard stops the Nighthawk nuke strat, but with one scan. Yes! Yes, it do. How am I this fine afternoon? I'm good. I've got my purple juice. I had a tasty sandwich for lunch. And, I'm good to go. We say stalkers hard stops, but last time Dons was doing stalkers and was about to hard stop when he got RNG'd out of the spawn with a rare event. But normally, under most conditions, they do. And they could absolutely have pushed through the rare event if it wasn't literally just the one player pushing spawn. Like, if the 3 players who were standing around in front of spawn actually pushed in instead of just one, they would absolutely have cleared me out. How's the StarCraft been today? It's been quite nice. I'm looking forward to playing StarCraft on stream because Manx, in the cheesy manner that he exists, kind of is a noob stomper, and I appreciate playing against opponents who are not noobs, or at least not entirely incompetent. Because just playing off stream, 9 out of 10 times, you get players that don't know even the basic StarCraft units, which is a problem, because how are they supposed to play the strategy if they can't even play the game? You feel like the Bane bust Hunterling is a little underwhelming for 2,000 points? I mean, it depends on the context. There are some defenses that are just extraordinarily vulnerable to Banelings. And for those defenses, 2,000 minerals is an easy and extremely cost-efficient method of breaking. Enemies die without you doing anything. Well, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this because I'm not interested in a 4v3. Alright. Yes. Enemies die without you doing anything. Like me choking on air. I had one person that was trying to... And this is going to be telling. I had one person who was trying... who, without being prompted or talked to, was defending their strategy as to how good their strategy was. I imagine they were trying to defend themselves so strongly without having been accused of anything or even talked to, because they were dramatically underperforming in every regard. And they were defending quite strongly as to how good this strategy was. It was something, they were saying things like, see, look, you guys aren't complaining. This is a good strategy, when no one was talking at all. That kind of commentary. And I looked at their strategy, and I was extremely tempted to say, you know, you just said that you win games with this strategy. Therefore, it's a good strategy. You know what my favorite response to that is? Because my favorite response is very simple. I've won games while being AFK, but I would never defend literally being AFK as a legitimate or even worthwhile strategy. You cannot simply say that you have won games and therefore your strategy is good. They're largely disassociated and unrelated metrics in most cases. It's just, oof. I didn't say anything, but I kind of wanted to. But like, if you have someone that's already so delusional, there's nothing you can say, and I wasn't about to get involved with that. Been around Planetside much lately? I have attempted to log in quite frequently. When I can, there has been 50+ person queues, even in off hours, which is impressive. And I am vicariously happy for the people who are able to log in. But I've not been able to. Annoy the Squadron TD request. I will say this, I do not intend to play Squadron TD during this stream. It's not annoying me, I'm aware of the request, you're not the only person who's requested it. I simply do not intend to play it during this stream. Honestly, unless I'm going a hard defender here, Zerg is actually a fairly competent defender. Yeah, they need to start opening more continents. Oh no, they do. They open more continents just fine. That's not the issue. Planetside has a critical mass of player issue, where if you have one continent open, it's got 1,000 people on it, or is it 900 people on it? If you then open a second continent, it has 0 people on it. And therefore, no one wants to play on the continent with 0 people, so nobody does. And so everyone goes into the queue trying to get onto the continent that has 1,000 people on it. And no one goes onto the quote-unquote off-continent. And Planetside recently did hit kind of a peak where, at least on Emerald, you'll have 2 fully populated continents and a 3rd continent will be open. But it's still painful. Okay, so I have a solution to this. Like, either I'm going to be waiting in a queue or I'm going to be sitting on... All it did is just shift it over one. Do I sit in queue for the first full continent? Do I sit in queue for the second full continent? Or do I play with 0 people on the 3rd continent? So, like, yikes. That's been my experience recently with Planetside. Emerald NC has been difficult for your outfit to get on during ops time. I can imagine. As TR, our outfit is on TR, which suffers from being the most popular continent in the game, or most popular faction in the game. So, even before this whole population spike, we ended up most of the time, well, not most of the time, but periodically just having to off faction because we physically cannot get our players on because TR is just constantly overpopped everywhere. This is why I like to open Sky Fury. Because it solves problems when things go sideways. Also, they're very good versus Ultralisk. They handle Ultralisk, they handle Broodlords, they handle aircraft. If you get a team where everybody else is Alarak, I think you're Alarak too. Probably. The population is down something like 8% from pre-Arsenal update. Overall, let me check the player counts on Steam. Steam charts. Planetside 2. It's up currently, but it is going back down. I imagine it's not a surprise. VS, not overall. Okay, okay, I was about to say, yeah. I was like, wait a minute, one of these things is... Yeah. That makes sense. I am fully aware that there's a huge amount of VS players that are swapping factions right now. Just like overall is still pretty up there. Like it's got more players than Battlefield 2042, which is not. It's setting the bar pretty low. Yeah, you see what they did? I can't stop what they did to their spawn, so I don't try. They had 3 players pushing. Recursion and Gobs are now on Emerald 2 with money with the Connor Rapids. Hey, Recursion coming back to Emerald? No Squadron on stream because you would lose viewer? No, because I'm not interested in Squadron. I don't know if I'd lose viewers or not. Probably wouldn't. Probably gain viewers. But just not interested in Squadrons. Like here I'm playing a tower defense style game. Entirely without towers or defending. 4 Manx, 2 defenders. If you got 4 Manx, like seriously, you can just straight up just go full defenders and just like full 4 Manx defenders. Manx got defense when you've got 2 of them causes problems. Causes real problems. I don't think you understand. Manx Earth Splitter Ordnance chunks. It chunks so very hard. And if you got 4 of them, Zerg just don't make it. Not even Ultralisk make it across. It's like a hard line of artillery. Like artillery is that thing that works exponentially the more of it you have. M1 politics heard of. I have heard that Connery politics is bad. I don't know because I've never really been. But I have heard it's bad. And Emeralds I don't like to work with because of how bad it can be. Should probably just eco? You're correct. I should probably just eco. At least do something close to it. The problem I have with eco is that I am ecoing. I'm just not ecoing with bunkers. Manx has multiple sets of eco, and the mineral eco is not his lowest. his gas economy is far below his mineral economy. So I'm working on his gas economy first. Because that's the thing about gas economy is it takes gas. It doesn't take minerals to increase. It takes gas to increase. So it's not like I can just get minerals first and then get gas later. It doesn't translate. You have to be constantly working on the gas economy. That's just as fast as economic means. Now I should probably be spending at least some into mineral economy because, you know, I can, but I'm happy to be spending on gas eco first. You might make the poor decision to get back into emerald politics. Do you want to restart some Jaeger events? I mean, that's up to you, and I've got a lot going on in life. Connery has politics. I know, big shock, right? From what you've seen, Planetside is a team game. What is the game like for somebody who plays solo? It depends on what continent you're playing on. For the most part, playing solo is pretty alright. Most players, especially on NC. NC is like the meme faction, and by the meme faction I mean they're the memes that they play solo all the time, and they do nothing else but play solo. Oh my god, I'm gonna get ruined by spine crawlers in the behind. Sky Furies are actually kind of bad at dealing damage, so I hesitate to bring them to the ground. At least until they get upgrades. When they hit level 3, they actually deal really good damage. Let's activate the base if we can. Spending all that on units back there is super costly for me. Oh, he wasn't paying attention for just a moment. But it wasn't enough. Alright, so I'm gonna do this. Oh, he's back there. Okay. I can't stop that. Okay. Nova dead. I think Nova wanted to come back. I'm gonna try Last Stand mutated on Apocalypse difficulty. I probably should, actually. That sounds like a good idea. Okay, bring you forward. You know, but the echo line feeds into each other. So stopping mineral eco sets you back a lot over the time. So does stopping gas income is the thing. Like, remember that at the end of the day, my most limited resource is energy, not minerals or gas. I can get, after a certain point, I can get enough gas that I just have more gas than I can spend it on, which usually results in me having to, you know, give it away to someone like Kerrigan, who can use it. But for minerals and, but for energy, like, there's physically no way to get it outside of getting these upgrades. The faster I can get these energy regens, the more I can actually do with anything with. More I can actually do something with them, or do things. Like, at the 45-minute mark, what do I have the least amount of? Is it minerals? Is it gas? Or is it energy? And the order is energy, then minerals, then gas. And that will always be the order at the 45-minute mark. At the 30-minute mark, regardless of what I do, it's going to be energy, then either gas and minerals at this, and roughly gas and minerals are the same. And any time before that, it's going to be energy, then minerals, or energy, then gas, then minerals. So, yikes. It becomes difficult to justify investing in minerals. Like, minerals are good, but minerals don't translate into gas. And gas is good. Gas translates into energy, where energy is the most important thing, period. So, you need energy, which means I need gas, and the way to get gas is to spend money on gas. I find it a hard time justifying spending a lot on minerals in so much as I have enough to be functional. Yeah, the right could easily have held, but somehow with 3 on defense they broke. Yeah, I have no idea what happened over there. We weren't really pressuring them at all. Is there hope for someone like you with low APM to play and win in this game mode? Yeah. I will say this, as I've said it multiple times. You can literally be AFK and win the game. Because it is a team game and your teammates can carry you. That said, if you're looking to get good and be far and above better than your average player, it does require some practice. You have to train your fingers and your hands in order to deal with the real-time elements of the game. You have to know where to look and how to react to things and have a relatively quick reaction time with the mouse accuracy to do so. And that's all things that come with practice rather than any kind of natural talent. We do have a Terran. But yeah, there's a couple different play styles for a support Manx. You can go with like I can try to feast on my teammates. I can try to feast on the. I say my teammates. I try to feast on the Zerg, and do as much damage as I can to the Zerg, kill off as many Zerglings as possible and the like. And for that, I tend to not like doing that if I'm doing a support mix, because generally the mainline defender wants the money more than I do. But it is a perfectly acceptable and functional means of defending. It works out pretty well. Rather, I prefer doing like a Royal Guard spam, which doesn't give me as much mineral income and it doesn't get as many kills, but it serves two purposes. It gives me better gas eco, and it gives me better gas eco and better it gives me better gas eco, and it gives me the ability to actually react to things. Like, you notice whenever those broodlords came around, I could just lift up these guys, clear them out, Ultralisk get around. If suddenly we get rushed by a stank, I've got, 1 or 2 level 3 Sky Furies which can 1v1 a stank super easy. Like, it doesn't really matter what happens if an enemy Manx comes over and tries to Nighthawk me. Well, I've got Sky Furies. What's he gonna do about it? He's going to lose his Nighthawks anytime he gets onto the map, whether or not I see them coming. That's... I'm like playing the anti-cheese role, which doesn't perform as well versus the Zerg overall, but if I have decent teammates, I don't need them to perform well versus the Zerg, and I can just work on my gas economy. If I spent so much on gas, though, wasn't spending money on beans producing just as much gas? Sorry, serious. Oof. I see how it is. Like this is happening over here. Like I can't. Why? What am I supposed to do against this? It's just they're everywhere. So they own spawn, which is a good reason for me to not be there. Isn't it shared income on kills? Yes, TM. You don't get the full. You only get a percentage of what your teammates kill. You don't get the full thing. Well, these guys are gone. And for it, I got my money back and about it. Okay. So, yikes. I'm going to sell off these, lift this, run these over here, run these over here, purchase this, purchase this. Did he even know cyborgs exist? Probably not. Cyborgs are pretty good. I tend to prefer stalkers, the slayers, over the cyborgs, just because the cyborgs are definitely better versus anything on the ground than the stalkers are. But like the slayers, they shoot up, they shoot down, and they're good enough, so they can actually clear anything out as opposed to just suffering. How's the Minecraft portals coming along? It's coming along pretty well, actually. I think I've got all the separate set pieces I need. I just need a good way to string them all together now, which I haven't figured out how to do. But I've got a good amount of set pieces around. You see, this is where having just a couple support units around, either like the siege tanks or the Sky Furies, would be great. Because notice how this Ultralisk is bullying the ghosts. It'd be great if you had a Sky Fury that just removed it instantly. Like, wouldn't that be awesome? Oh, hello. I see you over here. Oh, they're reacting so hard. Come on, level 2. He says no. I don't blame him. Yeah, that's fair. I tried. I tried to be sneaky. I did what Manx does best. And, could only get so far with it. Because they actually paid attention. Alright, so we're going to do this. I think I'm going to get this guy out here. Let's pop this guy here to give him a little bit of breathing room. That's going to hurt me because that's energy expended on something that isn't my economy, but you know, it is what it is. They have vision. By vision, I mean detection, which makes my life difficult. Got a nuke off, though, so that's cool. Let's just slide this guy over here. He's not going to handle much very well, but, you know, he'll be present. I'm going to have to work on my eco back at base, it would seem. It is what it is. Probably the best way to push this back is just getting basic Zerg upgrades. Which, it's been 10 minutes, probably not going to be investing in for a little bit longer. There we go. Alarak casually coming through and cleaning up. Can you picture what a Forts mod in an SCT would look like? What an SCT mod would look like in Forts? I was gonna think of Forts as Nighthawk reskin of the bombers. I struggle to imagine what it would look like. There's the top-down isometric, almost isometric style of view. This really doesn't... Like, the physics just aren't there. Aw, you noticed. But I get 300 minerals out of it. That's nice. I am not so creative as to know. Unfortunate. Oh, ew. Okay, what do about that? That's actually a concern. Because, while they are kind of holding their line way better than we are holding ours. It's not unexpected given the context, but still. If I can get Earth Splitter up, I dislike getting Earth Splitter when I'm doing aggro Manx. Like, Earth Splitter is so disgustingly expensive, and it does not give any return on investment on the eco about it. So I really dislike getting it. It's just asking for pain. Oh, you got trapped. No, yoink. One gets yoinked. I'm just going to keep clicking here because hopefully it makes it out. Hey, it made it out. Oh, but he tried. Okay. What's going on over here? Oh. Baited over here. Okay. Now it's in line of sight here. Nice. Almost okay on our eco. This is as much of a concern. But I suspect you know that. Alright, are we up to critical? Nope, not yet. Good job with the hatcheries. This is why I was investing in these. Because we lost our supply depots. Huh. Yeah, I didn't notice. I mean, I didn't... It's just a Sky Fury. It's not important. I didn't have it leveled up or anything. But I didn't notice it. Which makes me sad. Alright, how are we on eco? Alright, we're doing okay. And Viper yoinks. Alright, so this should give the Zerg an opportunity to push forward, because I can't. And we spend all of our money that we are gaining on goodies. One thing you gotta be careful about Alarak's wave can actually be used to throw me backwards towards those units, which is scary to deal with. I can, however, work on the fringes. Please don't have detection. Oh, he doesn't have detection. Okay, would have lost one if he did. Potentially two. Do your units gain XP over time or off kills? Nope. Strictly off of, what am I doing? Cancel this. I don't need that. I need this, and I need this. Strictly off of, given energy. Strictly off of spent resources. Okay. Oh, no. Vipers, go away. Is it worth me even operating in this area while there are Vipers around? It's like every one of these units that I snipe off is minerals for me, and this is most of my mineral income right now. I can actually start spending more mineral income on getting more mineral income. These are off kilter. This scourge spam. Normally I would attempt to go backdoor them, but they kind of have a lot of things that can prevent me from doing that. And if you guys can notice, every time I attempt to go near them, they react accordingly, so there's like no way for me to get to the back door. Look at all the observers they have. This does cause problems for the, yeah, he's gonna have to pull back here. Just the massive DPS effect from being under the blinding cloud is kind of rough for them to deal with. Can I snipe Alarak here? No. I do lose one. I lose two. Okay, that's a lot of detection he's got over there, which is fair enough. I've got to pull back now. Excellent. Don't think he ever wants to enter this arena. Alright, so we did push them back, which is good for me. This will prevent me from operating in this region for the duration of that. You're not playing a city builder, things can be off by a few tiles. Oh no. Alright. So give me an opportunity to work on this. I'm building up front. I'm going to do this to assist here. Because those are player-controlled units, and that will at least push them back for a time. I'm super tempted to... You know what? We'll do it. You go here. Now that I have all the gas in the world, I have, that's up to... That's gonna be up to team. Who do you think needs it more? going to lose a few here at least. But oh no, it was bait the whole time. Alright. So that's cleared up. No more high ground for you. I lost 2 Nighthawks in that. That's a fun one to do, where you kind of fade your Nighthawks back. Like I struck this entire area, dropped nukes here, sent my Nighthawks over here, and their units chased me over here, and then half of them got nuked on the way out. Which is nice. Oh my god. They have so much stuff. Ah. You're wondering who did the siege line to the Nighthawks? Yes. Something like that. Usually with just a siege line, I don't have to do something so unique. It's just because they have so many. But notice how I can actually get Nighthawks really consistently.
The Death Fleet descends upon this world.
Just like... This is just better. I don't... Yeah, but I do. Is the thing. Because it's only a matter of time before someone yells at him enough. The race ban begin? Yes. This is why we go eco first. So we can actually build units later. And I'm out of energy once more. Just par for the course. Okay. Server? If you're talking to Hawklight, he plays on Emerald. If you're talking to me, it's United States East. Yeah, that's good. That's the good stuff right there. Alright. Looks like they just got broken here, so, good job, Zerg. There's a solid chance that these die before making it, because nukes are a thing. But I think we're good here. That's it, right? Okay. To think all of that started because they cleared spawn and didn't check their sights until I got my until I got the Nighthawks there. Funny how that works. I'm genuinely surprised they broke there. I think our Zerg actually had a big stronger hand than I expected because they managed to reform their front line. And I think the Zerg just did enough damage. You just want one easy game. Oh. Many shall fear the tofu delivery Spartan. Oh no. Toss said no defense, only stalkers. Yeah, so stalkers are good, but they fall off at like the 25-minute mark. They just can't keep up. Like, you need the static defense to hold the line, so the stalkers can work. It's nice to have stalkers even in the final mix-up, in the final composition. You can have like stalkers in front or stalkers along the sides, but as Protoss, you need to have a point where you can draw the line in the sand, and so your stalkers can fall behind it and recover, or just die and not have to worry about losing ground when they get replaced. Your 1.3 thousand HP Alarak died in 3 seconds at the end. Well, your problem was going for an Alarak at 1.3 thousand HP. That was the problem. As opposed to, you know, spending on other things, more important things than Alarak himself. If you have 4 dedicated defenders, can you always control your spawn lane? Yes. Period. Mind you, attackers can do other things than just spawn in your lane. You'll notice I like to do things like send units to the back lane. We saw the enemy Kerrigan constantly spawned Ultralisk behind the lines. You can control the spawn and you can reasonably control the entire map, but it will require you to have a mobile army that's constantly running all over the place, because enemy attackers need not always invade the Zerg spawn point. So, like, you gotta be careful with that. It really does make for a difficult time, because if you don't have any attackers, you don't have any way of intercepting the opponent's invasions of your base, which results in a difficult experience. This player hasn't played a whole lot. I cannot trust he wants to go defense, but, like, I hope he does. Has loading simulator today. Hello there, Elzerath. It's actually not as bad as it has been. You'd have wanted to stand in the solar cell and tank. Oh yeah, no, the solar cell is really good for that. That's kind of like the point of it. So we've got a Kerrigan here. PK... It's actually pretty alright. I don't know if he wants to go defense. Honestly, the amount of times I've seen defensive Kerrigans, I just kind of assume that they're defensive players now. Like, if it's a Kerrigan, I just assume defense. Which, to be fair, Kerrigan's actually pretty alright on defense. But, like, it's kind of the backdoor queen. Played a lot of 4 defender games that went until the full APOC Leviathan's end. That is one of the strongest strategies I've seen, where you just have 4 defenders that go eco, full lane control, and then at like the 35-minute mark, just full sending on epochs, on APOCs and stanks. Okay, so what we do is we accept this is dead. These are people that have been hurt before, is what I'm getting out of this. You're completely offense at Kerrigan, which makes it hard to micro carry. Yes. Like, they're already guarding the walls to make sure someone like me doesn't do things. Ah. I hurt them. I probably did. I've been playing a lot of Manx and just basically noob stomping because that's kind of the only people who play this game. I've probably encountered these players before, and they've probably been nuked out of the game by me specifically. Bane busting's fun in this game. It really is. Mildly related, Alarak's Wrathwalkers just... they do stupid amounts of damage to Nighthawks. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, you do not even skirmish near Wrathwalkers with Nighthawks. You're kind of bored of Zerg Wars, the same thing every game. You start a game, lots of noobs on one side, game ends because team 1's too bad to hold. Yeah. Yeah, that is a reoccurring problem. Like it's pretty rough actually. Let's at least get this going. Like, every time I am very tempted to rush out. I'm very tempted to rush out the Earth Splitter Ordnance like this. I've been having a lot of fun with this strategy actually, just holding up here and getting Earth Splitter Ordnance and shelling the ever-living daylights out of spawn. It's actually pretty good. But the problem is it's slow because these guys don't give you... They give you a return on your mineral income, but nothing else. Which makes you suffer horribly because you don't get gas income or energy income, and then you just don't have income for the rest of the game. But, like, you get more kills than anyone else in the game on the Zerg. You play Zerg X. I'm actually down to do DM. After this match. Does it make bomb in the rocks? No. I'm thinking we have any kind of aggro right now. Looks like he's just shooting over here and it's a little bit inaccurate. Will you play... Oh no, it's Zombies custom game. I've played it a few times and I don't find it particularly interesting. Like, it's... I hesitate to call it bad. I just don't find it interesting. Rocks lost. Oh, yeah, no, their Kerrigan keeps rushing ultras in to try to break our rocks. Like, we want the rocks to break at some point, but not yet. And that's why I've got the Sky Fury here, sitting with 41 kills and mostly ultras. Just a lot of ultras for this early in the game, actually, now that I think about it. Kerrigan's scary as an attacker. You found a use for the Imperial BC? Oh, yes. The Imperial... The Pride of Augustgrad is just about the only splash air that Manx gets access to. Like, technically, he's got the super... What is it called? The Super Thor, the Black Hammer, but the Black Hammer is just bad in terms of economic cost. Oh god, this thing eats ultras for breakfast. Let's do this and then this. Come on. Give. Thank you. Bring you forward. Alright, well, those are gone. Yeah, if you're going to be building here, you have to rush out your, either Sky Furies or your Aegis Guards. Like, there is no getting around that. You need anti-ultra. And I prefer the Aegis Guards because the Aegis Guards can actually deal with mainlings. Alright. Still got a little bit more gas to go. Yeah, no, the Pride of Augustgrad is Manx's really only splash air. Only reliable splash air. Because the Black Hammer is just so bad at it. Hello there, Yagis. Welcome. Eating Ultra's breakfast. Looks like they are going to get the rocks here. Yeah, but that's fine. That's a lot of minerals for us. Let's get one more Sky Fury, and that'll be it for our eco. I'm gonna put you on hold position, you on hold position. You stand there, and then we work on just getting the actual upgrades for the economy. We have an allied Manx triggering his global ability. Not sure why, but to each their own. Allied Manx getting his mineral economy going. There is a style of Manx where you go super mineral heavy. It's mostly just bunkers with all the units inside. He needs to get the units inside those desperately. But it works versus the Zerg, not so much versus versus players. There's a lot of players who like to be very angry with you. Like, it does not work at all versus Ultralists. Like, you need Royal Guards versus Ultras, even from the Zerg. So at this point, I'm just basically sitting here and waiting to get the mineral eco, and more importantly, the gas eco, to get the energy. To get the energy increases. That way, I can actually get upgrades to these units and do something, be a participant. Sky Fury together strong. But yeah, he needs to get at least 2. Oh, this is my job. I'm noticing a problem in that the oh, these are all dead. The Sky Furies, when that interaction happens with the Kerrigan stun, the Sky Furies will keep shooting at the same target over and over again, even though that target is already dead. And they won't ever move on to another target, which is really rather unfortunate. Why am I hearing dying Marines? I don't know. Let's get an armor upgrade for this, that way it's more likely to survive. Thank you. But yeah, the mass gun troopers followed by something like Emperor Shadow. Or not Emperor Shadow, the Yeso is is quite a decent defense strategy, assuming you don't have attackers on your team, or on the enemy team. We're almost at max energy income, which is where we want to be. Yeah, I've only got 250 kills, where everyone else is at like 1,400. But those kills are important kills. Almost. Hey, got it. Alright, so now I can really invest into the rest of everything else. I think at this point, all of the monies that I get is going to go to... Wait, I have 4 of them up here, right? Yes. Why is one of you not on the hotkey? For the foreseeable future, most of the money I get is going to go into my own economy. My mineral economy. Specifically leaving this corner untouched because when the Terran gets his base upgrade, it's going to try to build in that corner, and the AI for building has a mental breakdown and utterly fails to function if you build anywhere near it or have units near it, so you just don't interact with that life. He's scouting out, it's probably over here. Yeah, it's over there. Okay, I'll let Kerrigan handle that. And I'll just keep my dudes on the front line. Conveniently, getting gas eco this hard means that I also can feed Kerrigan pretty soon. Which is a world that we all want to live in. By pretty soon, I mean nowish. Because like I'm sitting here max eco at 20 minutes or sooner doing this strat, which is pretty darn good. Kerrigan is PK. He's here. That's not the screen I'm looking for. I'm looking for this one. Casual 2k gas for you. Hello. You had your emergency shield triggered. What is going on here? Why did I lose 2 Sky Furies? And I don't know what I lost them to. But that's hard to do. Okay. Well, I lost 2 Sky Furies, which is really rather unfortunate. Hydras. I thought those were our Hydras. That would make a lot of sense. Okay. I was like, why am I taking damage? Well, apparently they had Hydras. And I did not notice. Alright, slide you over here. You go deal with this. Then come back here. Oh, hello. Oh, chokers! That's gonna cost me all my Sky Furies here. Chokers, unfortunately, and a stank. Chokers, unfortunately, hard counter Sky Furies because they stun them, and then the Sky Furies can't do anything. So I'm gonna fly you over here, try to get you to the back line. Oh, nope. I need to keep it in the air so the choker doesn't pull it. I need to pull you back. It's like it's stunned, but at least it isn't being pulled out. Yep. So I lost a bunch of Sky Furies there. Let's go get these. Okay, so bring you here. Let's bring you over here. Looks like I have a teammate who's doing the same thing. Good. Let's get a couple more of these going. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So now I'm going to keep my Sky Furies in the air at this point. There are now chokers on the field. There we go. Looks like this was destroyed, which is unfortunate for us. Alright, so let's go 3, 4, 5. Let's have you guys build this here. Where's 5? There you are. Excellent, yes. You snipe this. You snipe this. You snipe this. Come back. Come back. Thank you. The ultras are getting stopped pretty hard. These guys are under construction. Hotkey you. That one poor Sky Fury. Yes. Look how fast we're getting income now. Isn't it amazing? Alright, let's get improved bombardment. And I'm going to pick this up, actually, so I can have a bit more versatility with it. What else do I need here? Here, and I think that's it. We've got all the technologies that I want at this point. I've got +3, 3. Yes. Hello. That's a lot of damage output. I'm going to take this opportunity to eat this over here. It looks like they don't have much going on. And surprise, fortunately, I've lost enough of my income that it hurts my eco a little bit, and I can't actually be as offensive as I want to. I can send this over here now. Oh, look. It's conveniently located. Do some damage. They're building a Nidus worm over there. Good to know. If I actually need to hold the ground here, I can just drop the Sky Furies onto the ground, and they can solve problems. Conveniently, I've got a bunch of Sky Furies here, which eat the Alexander alive. The Sky Furies do have a mild problem with Alexander, in that Alexander has a lot of stuns. But as long as he's distracted, like now, then I could just come over here and watch his HP melt. He did stun 5 of my... There we go, he's down. Yeah. This is why we like to do things. Alright, so you get this. How close are we to 300? Oof, still far off. Alright. I'm gonna have you just chill over here because you will get +1 range to everything nearby. Even if you aren't gonna do much else. Pick this up so I don't have to be worried about taking as much damage here as, say, as... Getting eaten from behind. Ah, yeah. Teammates building a supply bunker there. Okay. Bring yourselves over here. Let's just... Oh, hello. Oh, those are not hostile. Or not manually controlled. I'm gonna bring these guys over here, clear this out real quick. There we go. Then you can come back. Alright, how's this looking? Good. Alright, let's shift this over here. Oh, so much damage. Oh, he has so many Nidus. Gonna make all of those go away. This is why we like to be building in the fronts. Someone's just done that, and we haven't done the same. Don't we have a Zerg? No, I thought we had a Zerg. That's why I wasn't even looking at this. Okay. And this will clear all this out soonish. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a cat lying in your chest. Oh no. You're trapped. Let's clear these out. There are more. Apparently there's a new DM game mode. Really? This is interesting to me. Max you, almost maxed you. Is this still here? The answer is yes. Yes, it is. Slide it over slightly. Ah, he's healing it is what's going on. Let's cause some chaos. There the mute is. No more supply depot for you. Oh well, you've got a lot of that going on. Well, rip everything. Bye, cruel worlds. I was just looking. Well, we can't really heal it anymore, I suppose. That's nice. The ultras will probably take it. If not, at least do enough distraction that the artillery will take it, which is good. We max 3. There we are. Alright, maxed. If I get 2 more of these going, that will be nice. This is happening over here. Alright, so those are gone. Good to know. Let's just hit over here then. Next. Where is our other Manx artillery? Insta-cleared. It's a lot of missile. I'll get all that cleared up. Eventually. It's like ESO is something you kind of want a lot of, if at all possible. It's also a new C and M style map. Town Rush. Interesting. Another one down. Why are there... Oh, there's Zerglings spawning because that's how that would do. Hello. I need to do this, and I need to do this. Because no one else is getting vision. And for no other reason. I didn't know what ESO is. He's already built them. They died, and that he didn't rebuild them. He knows what they are. He just hasn't. Alright, we'll top this guy off. This is our last Sky Fury. Oh, it didn't click it in time. No. Okay. Oh, this is happening. Oh, does this mean there's probably going to be another spawn around here? So they were having a rough go of things. Oh, these guys are almost out of energy. If I jump on them right now, we might have a good chance of taking out at least a few of them. Or not. They died instantly. Okay. We are getting biled. From where? He's dead yet? No. They're not. Here. Okay. Alright, so we have just about cleared out all of our spawn. Which is good. Looks like it's full clear. We're not going to be... We can't really ESO those down. Those don't go down from ESO. They take like 25% damage or something. I forget exactly what the number is. It says it on the building. You can soon. These they're all not leveled. Bridge alert. Oh well, that's not gonna go very far. I mean, took out 4 of them, whatever that's worth. Time to stank Apocalypse right now. Because, we have a limited amount of time.
Nuclear ordnance inbound.
I would love to press buttons, but like, I can't. My Sky Furies, which specialize in taking these out, are caught up in the air, not doing anything, dying, and I can't tell them to do anything else. Because that's how this works. So I lost all my Sky Furies. Can I get units here? Are these hostile? No. I have no more abilities to send. I think we just die here, right? That hurts so much. So Sky Furies specialize in killing these. Having 10 Sky Furies like this just straight up kills most of this. I've held this before with those 10 Sky Furies. The problem is I didn't react in time, and by the time I told them to land, it was too late because it takes them like 4 seconds to actually land. Once that amount of lag happens, and it makes me so sad. We could have held that. Ah! I'm so sad. Like, I have so many abilities to use, and I can't use any of them just because it goes down to 1 frame per second, and you can only input a certain amount of commands. It's like, okay, select Sky Furies. Okay, 2 seconds later. It's like, I'm doing something, but if I select my hotkey for the Sky Furies, I might be able to give them commands 2 seconds later. And then by the time it comes up, I give them a command, they start to follow it 2 seconds later, but by then, it's already been 8 seconds, and the Sky Furies have died, because they've been in the air for 8 seconds above an Apocalypse, because that's how that's supposed to work. It's like, I hate so much. Related, that's one of the things that makes Nighthawk so incredibly powerful. At some point past like the 35 minute mark, the opponents cannot deal with Nighthawks because there is no means to interact with them because you physically can't give commands to your units. Is there a smart servo upgrade in the game? Yeah, I had the smart servo. The problem wasn't that I didn't give the command. Problem was that in the time it takes to give the command, like, I'm sorry, the problem isn't that they took a long time to go onto the ground. The problem is that in the time it takes you to give the command, it's already too late. So once that happens, once everything spawns, if I were to immediately press the hotkey to select my units, I don't select my units. Nothing happens. The game freezes for like 2-ish seconds while the game is still going on, but I can't interact with the game because it's frozen. 2-ish seconds later, I gain access to give any amount of commands to my units. And then I give a command to my units, and nothing happens because my command doesn't go through for another 2-ish seconds. And that carries on. This is assuming you react perfectly, which I didn't do that time, to be fair. It just hurts so much. The problem with older games. It's not an older game problem. Well, I mean, I guess it kind of is an older game problem. More accurately, it's a single-threaded game problem, which exists to this day with most games. It's related to the Nighthawk topic because at some point you can have all the queens, you can have all the vipers, you can have all the hero units you want. It doesn't matter if you can't physically interact with the Nighthawks. It's like, but I got the hard counter to Nighthawks to shut them down. Yeah, but you can't press them to shut down Nighthawk buttons, so it doesn't matter. That's a separate issue entirely. I see Blink Stalker. A concern. You've gotten much better at this. When I was playing against this in previous times, it would take him like to the 3.5 minute mark to get to this point, because I could have already had this. I would normally just ignore him and just build it, and I would get one Nighthawk out before he got to this point, which means that I could have a Nighthawk out and actually be aggressive and ward him off, but I can't do that anymore because he's already at this point. So like, I haven't even built yet, and he's already threatening to kick us out of spawn. So like, why try is the question. You're not sure it causes massive lag, but you have doubt that concurrency can solve the problem. What causes the massive lag is mostly the pathfinding. I'm letting him see this, so if he wants to blink on it, he could do so. Rare event. This is going to cost him all of these stalkers. It's mostly pathfinding. The pathfinding is CPU intensive. And you can cause the lag by being, just by building a bunch of lings and telling them to move. Especially raptorlings, and telling them to move up here, because then it will do a check to see if they can. Then it will just jump up there without doing a check to see if it can. And if it fails to jump up there, it causes it to hitch. Look at that. Like before he got the first Nighthawk out, he got this deep in. Oh, that's impressive. It did cost him all of his stalkers because the Zerglings spawn on top of him. A sheer amount of units along with the particle effects of the units like the Zerglings jumping. The particle effects is actually largely irrelevant. Most of that particle effects is handled by the GPU, not the CPU. And the GPU is very rarely stressed or meaningfully involved. Or like meaningfully stressed in the game. You can turn your graphics up and it generally isn't bad. Now, mind you, some particles, like the physics, can be handled by the CPU, and that can cause an issue, which is a lot of times why better players, more competitive players, will turn their graphics all the way down, you know, just in case, but it isn't largely... It largely isn't that big a deal. I'm going to do this because it reduces the attack speed of anything inside, and it'll keep some of these units alive. And then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this. There is an argument for getting those on defense, because getting them on defense means you can just kind of beat someone down by using the same strategy, you know. In a mirror match, it can be effective. But I tend to not go with that strategy, because Nighthawks are just not that good on defense in general. Dying. Alright. Give him an opportunity to pull back. If it's pathfinding, you're probably right. It's possible to solve those issues with multi-threading. It's difficult to solve those issues with multi-threading, which is why it's not. So I've actually looked pretty extensively into why this is and how it was written. It was written this way because Windows, like most things, or like most computing, handles different hardware differently and inconsistently across the board. So you end up with a situation where it's possible to have a computer that just handles multi-threading differently. So if you give a function for it to run, for whatever pathing, it's like say, hey, let's do multi-threading, and say, those 5 units are handled by this processor, these 5 units are handled by that processor. Suddenly you end up with a situation where 2 different computers can give 2 different answers because they're handled in different methods, or handled differently based on the CPU with that particular operating system. And that makes desync issues in a game like StarCraft. StarCraft is deterministic in that everything that happens, there is no RNG ever. It is all the same. So when you have a situation where 2 CPUs can produce 2 different results based entirely on the architecture of the game, or the architecture of the CPU, you get a pretty significant issue. Because you have a deterministic game that is suddenly... I saw something move this way and I'm concerned about it. Okay, it's just these guys. You have a deterministic game that is... I need that to go. Nope. No! Kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it. No! Okay, I'm gonna lose it. That's fine. You have a deterministic game that changes based on the CPU that runs it. So rather than do anything with multi-threading, they just didn't. And that's kind of fair. That way every machine always runs it the same. And it sucks because it doesn't matter how good of a computer you have, you will never be able to do enough. Hi, Crag. Stop it. I can make him go away, but... Okay, we need to focus a little bit on defense here. Least I can do is activate the base. What tools do I have to deal with? Where's Kerrigan? Kerrigan, deal with this. Did you get sniped? Oh god. What else can I do here? This hurts. What else can I do here? Drop this. Yeah, it just goes away. Using this on bunkers right now is not what I want to be doing. That hurts my eco super hard. I don't have anything built back at home to actually be able to handle units. Like, I can't actually build units here, which is a problem. Considering the context. Alright, good. Let's pop some of you here. We've got the base activated. That should... Where's Mobius? So we have JMG and Adam defending. As long as Snowdrop keeps the Nova at bay, we should be able to defend this. God. Because, like, I don't have my eco up, and it's a problem. So I can't help significantly until my eco is online. Because if I don't have my eco online, and I really don't have the money to spend on defenses, or I don't have the infrastructure to build units at home, let alone building the units themselves. Don't let... Okay, rip Kerrigan. You were not kidding. And you said you do it aggro Kerrigan. Okay, I see what's happening. Need to do this. Can I get... I can't I don't have the starport to even help with this. All of this is pain. All of this is pain. Manx is so bad at doing both. Like, you cannot do aggro and defense. That's just not how that works. Okay, let me invest on defense then. Let's get a starport. How many do I lose? 2. All the units escape, which is expected. They move. So I lose 2 of these guys and the economy that comes with it. And for it, I get to remove a meager amount of their static defense. Not the world I want to live in. Hello there, Theta. Welcome, welcome. As well as there, Chase. Welcome. So unfortunately, due to the lack of anti-air, I really can't invest too heavily in blimps, which is about the fastest thing I can do to get meaningful assistance on the team. Just look at all these corruptors waiting to shut it all down. Uh-oh. Okay, so with this, I can get you guys upgraded to anti-air and get some of this going. Let's get +1 range. I don't have the money for that. You guys go recover this. Throw this back. I can't. I don't have the money. Like, I just don't have the money. GG. Manx has a very difficult time defending and attacking. Like, you cannot defend and attack at the same time. I feel bad. I feel bad doing this, but I should just have let the team handle it and not try to invest in defense at all, and instead just go full aggro, because it's going to take me 10 minutes just to transition my infrastructure from their side of the map to our side of the map in order to do anything meaningful on defense. I should have just accepted that we probably were going to lose, and I can't do anything about that, and just tried to break the enemy team faster. That's probably the best thing I could have done, and I hate doing that. No DM? You see, what's happening is I'm going with a thing where I just automatically re-queue and I don't even think about it. That's what's happening. Even response Unitas is brutal. Yeah. We both just kind of had to live with that. If the enemy's defending, they have less to spend on attacks. Yes, but they weren't really spending much on attacks, is the thing. They had Nova on the lane, which, you know, was there. But Nova isn't really going to be meaningful on defense anyways. So they were going to be there anyway. It doesn't really matter what I was going to do. So, like, it is what it is. Nope. Fix. Did I misalign that? No. Okay. I want it to be perfect and aligned. Excellent. Let us go. Yeah, I'll do Deem after this. Just remind me not to auto requeue. Rage queue. You were Zerg buffing him? Makes sense. You're pretty certain that it's possible to implement concurrent pathfinding. I don't doubt it. I just don't know how to do that personally. And one of the best game dev companies at the time also failed to do that. So while I don't doubt it, it's also extremely difficult, and I do not... To my knowledge, it is a feat that has yet to be done. So I'm not going to disparage or even imply that someone failing to do that, or a team failing to do that, is somehow not good, or is in a, or worthy of being questioned for their lack of competence. It's just the nature of the beast. I am not confident that these players are going to be sufficiently aggressive, and this is going to disappear at some point. These guys are just annoying to deal with, and I'm sure he's paying attention to that, but I want to point it out anyways, just in case. Yeah, because this thing does damage to that, and that's scary, being the Mobius player. He's just free units, but he's going to lose that regardless. At some point, Snowdrop is going to learn that you can't just drop that back there for free. It's going to get sniped. Like, these things are not free at all. You will lose units, and you will lose anything you drop down here in these lobbies. Alright, if I can do this quickly, he won't be able to kill it off in time, and then I escape. There we go. Now he has concerns. Alright. This is how it usually goes when I have decent players in the lobby. Alright. Now he has no AA, and I bully. Hi! Get over here. Make sure to stay on top of my eco through this, and I get a little bit of cash out of bullying him here. Alright, so that Nova should come right back. Please, yep, there's the Nova. I leave. Let's pop 2 of these. Why are you not healing? No. Yep. You are detect. Okay, well. I wish I could dictate where the overseers spawn because. Oh, yeah, so that's going to put Nova actually on a cooldown. Alright, so now he has to do something about this. There we go. That can be annoying. Alarak player is spawning cyborgs, which aren't AA. Which means I can actually deal with them. Pop you over here. Anything else I need? I need this as soon as possible, especially given the amount of micro I'm going to have to deal with. Come on, come on. Why is gas so slow? Alright, nice. Another Alarak. I cannot bully you right now. Thank you. Alright, let's go. Alarak, I can't really deal with Alarak, but also Alarak has a hard time dealing with me. So, like, as long as I don't do something stupid, I'm pretty decently safe here. This Alarak is running at me, and that scares me. Yeah, oh yeah. Alarak did something stupid. Did we get this? I think we do. Yeah, 300 minerals from me. Give me that Vespine income. Sweet! I think it's just a low priority for the dev team. I don't think it's... For Blizzard, I don't think it was low priority, considering the amount of time they spent on the game engine. I just think it wasn't something they were able to solve. To my knowledge, no one has solved that. I bully. I leave. I scare. I scare easily. For I am Manx. I will say this, Crag playing MOBA Nova as opposed to like actually dangerous Nova is probably one of the few reasons why we're living as long as we are. Should probably do this from the outside rather than the inside. But oh no! He was over here and I didn't notice him. Okay, well, rip. I will also say this, MOBA Nova does terrible, terrible damage to Nighthawks. And it makes me very sad. It's very good as defender. You see the race and spaceships you posted in the Discord server? I did. I've seen them for a long time. They have gotten more detailed over time, and I'm kind of impressed, actually. I hate... Go away. Oh! I wish I could finish him off there, but it's not worth it, because he would be able to guarantee kill off at least one, and I've already lost too many. But like now he's just gonna blink away. Okay, I don't know why he didn't blink away and tried instead to save it. I guess maybe because he thought he wouldn't be able to outrun it, which he may not have been able to. But like, I thought he would have done that defensively, knowing that I was just going to come right back. But okay. Alright, so I've broken that. That will cause some issues. 28 seconds. You should have gotten at least one upgrade that would have brought it low enough for you, right? What did Blizzard not solve? Parallel processing. I think we get one more of these and we do eco. Make ships for the mods for a game we play. Yes, I remembered. The upgrade takes a while. That's true. I forgot how long it takes. It does take a long time. That does make a difference. And because he's recently died again, I was gonna put him back. He's got nothing to do for a little bit. 450 seconds, and it's not the first upgrade you get. Or I guess it is if you're doing MOBA Nova, but still. Alright, let me cause rampant havoc. Oh no, Mobius doing Mobius things. Oh! Unfortunately, that wasn't worth it. But it's very satisfying to watch. And unfortunately, that murdered my economy. Which is going to set me back dramatically. So now I'm going to have to be basically AFK for the foreseeable future. But I did do a good bit of damage, which is, you know, that's cool. It wasn't like I did nothing. Mobius cast slow field and vulnerability as I was moving in there, which means my Nighthawks had 0% chance of escaping. But they still got their shots off. So, you know, that's cool. Rip everything. Like, actually my everything. Yep. And now we wait. Oh no, that means he's gonna do MOBA Nova things, and I'm not gonna be able to stop him. So how's it going, guys? I think at this point we just focus on this. I've done enough damage to them that I was actually able to get the gas upgrades, so that's cool. The rest of these are gonna go into my mineral economy investment then, while all of my gas goes into the energy investment. Oh, that's gonna last a long time. There's no way I actually killed off Nova, right? Yeah, no.
Bombardment systems online. Prepare for orbital strike.
We do have a Terran, so I don't want to be building in the corners. The biggest problem optimizing any older game for multi-threading is that everything assumes the answer to other calculations will be available by the time it processes. Yes. Which creates a problem. When that doesn't happen. Which you cannot assume if there's multi-threading involved. Give me all the minerals. How are we looking over here? How many players do we have defending? 1, 2, half. One thing that's nice about Kerrigan is Kerrigan can throw everything onto defense, and then at any point in time decide to just throw it on offense, or vice versa. Which is cool. Good for Kerrigan. I think they're actually struggling on defense here. I'm going to do... while you're like this, I'm going to do a modicum of assistance with my extraneous income, mineral income here, which I want to preface with saying that I want to, but I can't because it costs gas, and I'm gas poor right now. It won't be for long. I actually need to be spending my energy here because as you spend energy, you get more gas income. And I'm struggling for gas income. I'll hit max energy upgrades. Is there anything to do here? Yeah, let's do this. Oh god, that's a lot of detection. Yeah, we cannot have these things around. This is bad. Alright. Overseer's missed. If I can actually get this hit off, it will give me enough income to assist on the defense. Without seriously affecting me. Let's pop this here, see if we can't distract the stank. Okay. Let's do this. Yeah, he's breaking in front. Yeah, I don't think I can... As Manx, I need a little bit more time. So instead, I will help back here with this. So now I have enough gas to do this. So we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, no, let's... Or definitely do fine. It's less worry than I can, and it doesn't cost me all that much at this point. Hello? However, this needs to not happen. Is that done? Excellent. Alright, you go here, you go here. We'll get this going. Okay. As long as I keep production up here, which we are. So now I can just kind of spend all this.
Hyperion's on its way.
So, yep. This is why we be careful with it. Alright, so can I get this? I can. Okay, so Kerrigan, let me drop you 1,000. It's snowdrop, right? I drop you 2,000 gas. Can I drop this here? Give me this, thank you. Was that our Terran? Oh my god, that's our Terran. We needed him. Like, actually, though. Okay. Plop you over here. Are we actually falling all the way back? I just built these. Okay. Well, this is our left now, I suppose. Okay. Give me you. 1, 2. Give me you. How are we looking over here? They are very unbroken. That makes me sad. He's still got extra Yep. There's some more for your Kerrigan. Eventually you get buff enough to break them, right? Let's pick up a nuke here. Keep getting these. Okay. Come on, who's lagging? It's me! I say that, as if my stream is having problems, but it's not. So I don't know what's going on here, but we lost a player. I wasn't the only one, apparently. Hello? Alright. Nope. Hello? Alright, got it. That was costly for me, but I got the nuke off. Oh my god, this breaks us 10 out of 10 times here. We have a limited amount of time left in this world. Alright, someone's lagging again, and it's probably everyone, actually. Tactic the nukes is fun. I agree, it is fun. For me, mostly. Question is, can we break them here? And I think the answer is a solid maybe. I do want to get this going, so I can actually... yeah, this is death. We have nothing left. We lost all the things. Bye. Okay. I want to do one more because we lost 2 players to, I know I said I would do DM, but I want to do one more because we lost 2 players to game desync. And that's just not fun. Apparently, I guess also 1 rage quit, which is disappointing to me. We were doing okay. Like, we weren't losing. I mean, I guess we were technically losing, but it was close. Don't know if you guys were checking out my Twitter earlier. But I had a bit of fun. Was outside and feeding the local Pokemon. I was throwing strawberries at them. They enjoyed the strawberries. They just were they're very skittish creatures, so they don't like being nearby. But like, you throw strawberries at them, and then you just back up a little bit, you get to watch them crunch. Just good fun. Now you're hungry. The strawberries, they're so tasty. Our defense will hold. Immediately gets nuked and rage quits. Yeah, I mean, I was already preemptively reacting, or preemptively responding to that just in case that happened. So, like, he was fine. He just has the emotional. I shouldn't. I make it a point to bite my tongue when I'm live. Not that I'm a vulgar person, but I thoroughly enjoy coming up with colorful and superfluous ways of describing people and things. If you have the integrity and fortitude of a wet paper towel, it shows pretty quickly. I think I need not say more. You think about the strawberries? I've actually heard iguana is pretty tasty. I haven't tried it myself. One of my friends recently tried it, and they said it was pretty good. So I will probably try it soon-ish. But I've never actually tried iguana. I've heard many good things about the meat flesh. We already have someone lagging out, and it's me. Is it just everyone? How many people? How many lagged? How many people? Because if it's just, what I'm guessing is that someone's, yeah, it's server side, and I don't know if it's Blizzard server or host. Because if it was, I don't know who the host was, but it might just be the server. Okay, so it's either the host or the server that's causing problems here, and I don't know which. You were host this game and not last game? Okay. Yeah, it's probably just the servers, which means it doesn't really matter where we go. This could be a thing. And so Goblin's very good at pushing. We have this This is scary. Who is this? A player with a lot of experience. Ravens do terrible, terrible damage to, terrible, terrible damage to the Nighthawks. He's got so many. The earliest this comes out is 4.5 minutes. Which means this player's got like 30 seconds to kill this, or I get this out, which I don't think he can do. We're gonna salvage this because he's at least gonna try for it. We're gonna run these away because he can still kill these. Like, I've been bullied out and the lag is here again. Yeah, welcome to Blizzard servers these days, I suppose. Okay. He didn't get it in time, so now I bully. No! Okay. He had friends. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's how that goes. It costs him the queens, but that's kind of not important. Once they clear this, I don't have anywhere to go. And I think I'm just kicked out of here. I'm going to be a very difficult time pushing. And they're going to clear spawn. And they have a Zerg who actually knows how to defend. Which is unfortunate. I will say this, he is being very aggressive with these and it's costing him. But like, it's not costing him that much. Run away. Okay, yeah, I have nowhere to land. I am officially kicked out. Now we try to transition to defense while not having any income. Sadness. I guess this just lives here for no reason. Right, cruel world. Alright, we are pushing spawn. They do have Zerg in this spawn. I hesitate to assist with the process because if I assist in the process, then what I get is less eco. Test if you can host and see if the server will host. I mean, yeah, that's not. I don't have a means of testing that. Rip Kerrigan. Exterminate. Land. Okay. Looks like we're getting pushed back here. I can try to hold there. I don't think it's worth it. Spaceport is still alive. Oh no. At this point they're camping, and if I try to build anything out of it, they're just gonna kill it. Which means it's not worth me building anything there. As my units are my economy. Makes it very difficult to justify building in a place that it's guaranteed death. But hey, I can move over later. Okay, the lag. Oh, it hurts so much. Why? Alright, so what I'm going to do is, because this is so bad, DM time. Yeah, this is not playable. We're going to give it a try, but there's a solid chance that it's not going to get fixed by changing game modes here. Oh, it has been so very long since I played this. I will play DM, but do I want to play DM? I don't really want to play DM. The first one? I think I'll not play DM, just let it go random, and then I'll go onto a DM match as a Dungeon Master. Just to warm up. Have I tried out the Oh No It's Zombies game? I have tried it out, yes. Oh, look who's here. Have I tried Cute Defense yet? Technically, no. I've seen a bit of Winter playing it. Too sleepy to be of use here today. You know, sleep happens. You gotta get it sometime. Or so I've been told. I feel like people are having trouble joining the lobby, which is an issue on the server side. Do I keep up with the XKCD comments? I do not. Tourney practice time. Ah, okay, good luck. It is what it is. Have I tried the test version of Zerg yet? Nope. I've this has been living rent free in my brain for some time. Because like what
Work. Why? I just can't stop myself.
I know this feel. It's every time with this. Every time this man posts something, it's like I can't stop myself from clicking. He's so good. Teleport there. I feel the need to roll the R every time I pronounce this. Not that I pronounce his name much. But he lost 50 supply to those biles because of lag. Signs literally didn't move. Yeah, no, that's fair. This one hit close to home because a partner does this exactly. And I'm like, dance. So like, I understand this. Like, complete with the song and everything. So. Yeah. Minus the cheese on the face. But, you know, that's how that works. XKCD has a few math joke comics lately. In today's, you think you'd enjoy? I mean, I've never not enjoyed an XKCD comic. Let's see. XKCD. Weird Unicode math symbols. That's not very specific. Shark, traffic circle, hashtag, rotated. Don't know if these are math jokes. Yeah, this is the most recent. I guess they could be math symbols. At this point, you're probably thinking, I love this equation and wish it would never end. Well, good news. Taylor series expansion is the worst. I actually didn't have an issue with Taylor series. I remember that was one of the things that was one of a common question that people would come in with, because I used to do math tutoring in Taylor series. I tutored a few people on that one because a lot of people didn't know how they worked, which was saddening to me because they're not that complicated. They're just tedious and, well, potentially endless, but like, who cares? Induction, on the other hand, that's pain. That's another one. That one is a pain for a lot of people. And then once you actually understand it, it's still a pain. It's just not as daunting as it once was. Actually, this is the Stockholm Syndrome kicking in. But there was a point when I actually liked induction. Like, it was just, I was actually looking forward to it for a brief period of time. And I was like, wait, stop it. Isn't hard, but it's induction at least can be difficult, like, way difficult. Because sometimes you just have to find some god-forsaken nuance to link to things. But just, you have to spend days on trying to figure it out. Because that's just how that works. Induction, easy and straightforward until it isn't. Yeah, and anytime when it's easy and straightforward is because you're doing a practice question. And the professor is being nice to you. Hey, there we go. Have I ever played Nimbatus? I have never actually played it myself. Or with induction, it's you get lucky and go right down the right rabbit hole by pure luck. Yeah, that can happen too. Alright, so let's hope the same lag issues, server issues, don't follow us here. Which, big question. We may never know. Or more likely, we'll know shortly. What was it? I was doing some more work on the... I think I've got... For the ports... For the Minecraft world, I think I've got... one more set piece that I want to work on. I don't need to, but I want to. And, it just looks so stunning if I do it right. It's just hard to do right. And then I need to string them all together like, ah. Do I understand how quaternions work? I don't... I'm gonna say no. The word sounds familiar and maybe I'll have become familiar with it at some point and just don't remember it exactly. I'm gonna say no. Because I don't actually know what it is. There is the distinct possibility, like most things, that I do know what it is, I just don't recognize it by name. And if I see it again, or at least see an equation of it, might be able to pick it up and be like, oh yeah, I remember how to do that. So that's usually how that works. But, until proven otherwise, I'm gonna say no. Kind of want to watch more Telepuerte. But like I've already seen it all. There's nothing more to see. Watch My Name is Bife. I like his voice. What is it? The entire Mitzi's soundtrack has just been all over my YouTube recommendations and playlists for Ever. Like I can't stop. Alright, so Hijacker, capable of becoming a perfect copy of something temporarily. Dryad, Beastmaster, Dreamer. So I've played everything except any new ones that I see here. Only the Hijacker. And I'ma click Hijacker. Because I've not seen it before. Typically I would play something Wizard because somebody needs to play a Wizard and nobody plays Wizard. Alright, so enemies affected by a Hijacker implant are unable to deal damage to deal damage your allies. Lasts up to 10 seconds. Alright, and I have a melee attack. Cannot affect bosses. Alright, let's go. I don't know how to apply this, however, but it is a passive. It's good to know. Alright, so this looks like it's the Blizzard servers that are having issues. It doesn't really matter where we go, what game we play, Blizzard servers are going to have a bad time. And this is especially bad in a game like this, where it's all micro, all day. What do I want to do about this is the question. So we could be like, hey guys, time to go play Planetside or something. Hello there, Keitoma. Welcome. NA is having issues, EU doesn't. Is that so? We'll get that a shot. It's been fun. To see your suggestion about Dwarfheim. I did see the suggestion about Dwarfheim. Largely, I tried it out, didn't like it. Let's go over to Europe. Dwarfheim is way too co-op based. It's a great way to get yourself infuriated at all points in time. DM. Dungeon Master 2.0. This does not bode well for... Central Europe? Actually, let me duck out of this real quick. Options. What am I looking for here? Region. Creation. Alright, that's fair. Create lobby. Let's go. Let's try it here. Fair enough. It's a very designed one having 3 players. If you have to manage 2 roles by yourself, it's very painful. Yep. Alright, Snowdrop. Good luck out there. Alright, so now I'm on the EU servers. We'll see if this is better. You guys are welcome to come join. I've just been on the trance kick, and I don't know why. It's just Mitzi's is doing so much for me here. I can't press the button because that's how you get in trouble. But like, it's like the same artist that did the Helltaker OST. He's so good. I also went down the rabbit hole of keeping up with the latest and greatest of Florida Man stuff. Which that's an experience, but I think you all know that. I have DMs, but no DM active. Okay. Have I tried Midnight Ghost Hunt? I've heard about it, but I haven't, no. Have I played Vampire Survivors? Yes, I have. I played a couple hours of it. It's a bit too simple for me. The issue with it being simple, I find it boring. It's like there's not enough actually going on. I've won the first time I loaded into it, I actually beat the thing and died to the Reaper. I was like, oh, yay. That's awesome. And it didn't change from there. And that was how that went. Quaternions don't suffer from the gimbal lock that roll, pitch, yaw representation has. They don't suddenly lose a degree of freedom. Okay. Have we seen Incursus play Muck? I'm just not interested in Muck. It's like, it's another dime a dozen of that game style, and, you know, it seems okay. But, like, why, though? Really questions, really questions my sanity and why I want to do that. So what I'm going to do now is hop on over here for a little bit and work on this a little while because we don't really have anything else to do right now. And I was trying this out, unfortunately. So I've been playing around with how this looks, and this looks pretty alright to me. So you can just walk around here and then this. And something of interesting to note is if I go through here, I come out down here, which should look familiar. And if I go down here, the other one, I come out over here, which should look familiar. And just to make sure, if I go down this one, I come out over here, which should look familiar. And it's quite the good. Of course, this is a thing, but if I go back over here, I just end up coming out over here, which should look familiar, which is quite a nice effect. And then, of course, we have this experience. I still love this. I had a tester come in and just wander around here, and this place ruined them. This particular grid just ruined them for like 9 minutes. Which is an oddly specific number, but it's not inaccurate. And I loved it. There's also this corner, which is good fun, because like, it doesn't make sense. You've got 1, 2, and then a third block, and then you got 1, 2, and then no third block, which is, I like this corner, but like it's just right here next to this grid, and then sometimes it changes a little bit, and there's the third block it's looking for, but you know, this place makes me happy. The backrooms, this is backrooms vibe. It does. So I don't know how I feel about that, because I've been working on this since, what was it, like October, like November of last year, and the backrooms, like the big backrooms videos didn't come out until January. But like, the backrooms is so much better done that it's like I can't not try to take inspiration from it, because like I'm still in the work in progress of this. So I'm like, I'm okay with this. But yes, it does have a kind of backrooms vibe. Let's see, where is my favorite viewscape from here? It's actually right over here. Maybe a few flower pots that have different flowers on them. I could, but then it's just I have plans. I have plans. This is just the inside of one of my spots. I'm looking for this spot right here, because like this place is huge. Like I don't think a lot. This place is huge. Like, look how far you can see down there. Like, it just keeps going. Like, it's... Watch this. Look how long it takes us to run through here. Like, it just... This thing just keeps going. It's great. But, yeah, so... escape is actually... over here... right here? Yeah, out we go. Okay. So what I wanted to work on next is a different iteration of... I've got all the different set pieces to put together out here. But the different iteration of this guy. Because this guy is... It's good, but it has a few problems. In that it doesn't work. So I'm going to fix this up here and world edit it a bit. See if we can't make it work. Sometimes you get lost in your own maze. Well, then there's that's probably why a lot of people don't make this kind of thing. They get lost in their own maze and then there's no escape. You know, if you make the back rooms, how do you get out of the back rooms? If you make the back rooms, for there is no escape to the back rooms. Fortunately, we did not make the back rooms, therefore there is an escape. Okay, 1, 2, 3, just fix all this up. Grab you. I don't think I can get underneath, I cannot. We'll just place it manually, this is fine. So this is what I was doing yesterday instead of recording my forts video. Finishing up some of these other world pieces. Set pieces, as they were. When I was supposed to be doing that, frankly, I could go record the forts video right now because it's still nice outside. Granted, I'll need to get food first, but... Instead, I'm doing this once again. But, you know, inspiration has hit, and here we go. Okay. I need... You give me... this is fine. One. Which direction are we facing? Okay. Grab you, and I think I'm going to copy from here. Yeah. Copy. Alright, so different idea. Instead of, because we can't do the recursive thing, instead of doing the recursive thing, I fly... I don't know how high I can do this without it causing a problem. May have to undo the floor somewhat. That's right, the distance across this is approximately the distance. So I really can't go up high, can I? Have you ever recorded for videos while on stream? No, and I do not intend to change that. When I do video recordings, they are nice, and they are not refurbished content. Okay, the Infinity Cube. Yes, the Infinity Cube. The Infinity Cube, which breaks every computer around it. But this guy is going to be kind of the same deal. But I'm going to do this somewhat differently. Alright, so we've got this, and now I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the same thing here. Paste, there we go. And now we do the same thing here. So I cannot link these across because the distance is too wide. Way too far. But if I build it to render range, then you can't see the difference. And it's effectively infinity because there is no difference between them. Between infinity and as far as the eye can see. Which is almost the same thing, except one works and the other doesn't. StarCraft Arcade has come a long way. I know, right? It's almost like the arcade is broken and we can't play it right now. Two, three, four. Okay. So if we just sit somewhere like here. It's pretty far. Let's go a little bit further. It's not quite render range, but you know. I can actually make this ridiculous by doing one of these. 1, It's like a whole new game. Yes, I tend to agree. So this should give us the effect we're looking for. If well, I'm gonna have to come back over here now. Should have thought about that. And we copy. And now we go over here. That's 72,765 blocks. It's kind of a lot of blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we slap you right here. Ta-da! Okay, well, you know what? That worked. Alright, so we should have effectively infinite that direction. We have the infinity cube, which is cool and all. Now I need to do the same thing. This is gonna be huge. How am I gonna hide this? Very carefully. Can I make this go? So I don't have to make like a full cube of this, a full grid. It just has to be like from the perspective of the player. And as long as I limit the movement to the player, there's going to be a point where they can't see all the way through. So like, I don't have to go crazy with it, but I don't know how to do this without going crazy with it, so we're gonna go crazy with it. What are we doing today? We are being sad that the StarCraft arcade isn't working is what we're doing today. What the devilry is this? Things and stuff. Mostly mounted around it or portals. Portals always do the trick. You see, the problem is portals don't do the trick, which is the problem. So, yikes. But, yeah, I'll probably build a mountain around it, which is a fair bit of building, but that's not too difficult to do. I don't have to fully obscure it, I just have to obscure it enough. I can actually... There's no reason. But to say, I can actually just paste there, it'll work. Because the grid works out, but... Okay, nice. Minecraft, yes. Let me actually, because I can on Twitch and not on YouTube, is we do... We do this. There we go. For those who are concerned about the meta tags, much better. I am building a world. This is as close as we will get to me doing YouTube content on stream, because this is going to be for YouTube content, at least this world, but it takes a lot of time, and I might as well build it here. Okay, so now we have a grid in which I can look, which I can stand here. You can see it's not rendering over there. It is rendering over there. So we do this, and we just have cube as far as the eye can see, which is effectively like the recursive bit. You must have made a bit now where it's Twitch after party. Yes. Let me just copy this section and move on. The Matrix. Yes. Blizzard servers are laggy, like real laggy, like dropping players every 60 seconds-ish laggy. So, that's unfortunate. But yeah, this is what I've been spending my time doing recently, building all of this. It was made of what do we think of Tron? I suppose that's not inaccurate. I suppose there is some visage of it, some viewscapes that are similar. Alright, so I need to do... this, slide my skull right up against this and paste. That's going to ruin... Oh, that was a lot faster than I expected. World Edit is a good tool. Alright, let's do this again. 1, 2, 3... and 4. Paste. Alright, there goes the computer. I wonder why this one was different. Oh, alright. It's been placed. Nice. Okay, so now when I slap myself down the middle of this somewhere, it should give this feeling of being in the middle of the cube, which is like the infinite cube, but technically not infinite. Needs to be expanded out that direction some more. But yeah, I can just look down here and we'll get this feeling. I need to remove the floor so it's just open to the void, and I need to prevent players from jumping into it because that's just painful for me to deal with. Alternatively, you know, I'm going to be nice this time. I've come to the conclusion that I want to do this world twice. I have a kind world where I can have my YouTuber friends that don't know how to play Minecraft come in and play around with it and enjoy their time. And then I want to have an actually difficult puzzle world in which I can like post on Reddit and be like, hey guys, I heard you like puzzles. So I put puzzles in your puzzles and also turned them upside down and inside out and made spatial awareness irrelevant. 25% of the way there. Oh no. So that's actually looking pretty good. At that point, all I have to do is just have a doorway in here somewhere. That when you open it, you come through. It's just like, oh, door, nice. And then there's just cube in every direction. I can actually do something like have a path that you have to like walk down to, just to have a hallway as you walk around, and then there's just another door, which should be an interesting idea. And then you go through the other door and you're back into wherever, or you're into wherever, and this is just a surprise moment. This will be like a hallway or an interlude, which would actually work out pretty well because then I could just put glass everywhere, like the nice clear glass, and then they can observe, but they can't interact, and I don't think anyone's going to be particularly sad about not being able to interact. Because that's one of the things. If I make a place look too exciting, then people are going to want to explore it. And if people want to explore it and I tell them no, then they're just disappointed, which defeats the purpose of building a cool little world. But if they can't explore it, and they don't want to explore it, then problem solved. And I think this solves that purpose pretty well, because it's kind of obvious there's nothing here to explore. There's just cube in every direction in kind of a trippy manner, which is especially going to be cool to see when you're like in an underground dungeon and then there's just this, and then there's just more underground dungeon. Okay, barrier blocks would also work. Yeah, but I don't like barrier blocks because it's not obvious that you can't walk through them. I don't want to use invisible blocks. I want it to be... I don't want to like trick the player. Should make those bookshelves. Well, I want them to be able to see through it. Defeats the purpose if they didn't. Like, look at the cross pattern. I want people to be able to see that as they make it through. And the glass doesn't meaningfully interrupt the view of this, but it does make it apparent that there is something here. Whereas barrier blocks are just... Aww. Will I change the wood blocks? For this? Probably. I'll probably use something like one of the bright concretes, like, I don't know, yellow concrete or something. Orange, magenta, cyan. I'll pick a color and play with it. Could do it in the end so it's all dark. I could do it in the end so it's all dark. It's actually not a bad idea. But it would have the same effect as me just deleting the floor. Okay, so now we'll have the cube. I actually like this. This is a bit of work, but it's a bit of work because I have to cover it with something, which most of the time means that it's going to be like, oh, hey, go into this door. This is where the dungeon is. But wait, you can't see that giant cube, so I've got to build a mountain around it. Okay, so now we got a mountain around it. And also, we have to make sure that you never walk around the mountain to see it. Because like if you walk over here, you see it. So what you do is you build a bit of a nice opening. So the people who try to walk around go, oh, I can't. And then you have yourself that. And then they never see it. But that's how that works. Where's my auto clicker? Because I can command delete, but you know what's more satisfying than using commands to delete? Getting an auto clicker and purging. Yeah. Much more satisfying. And not much slower. You can make a simple track of tinted glass to make a string of beacons which change color. I can do that. What's the purpose of this cube? To be unexpected, because no one expects to go underground and find a cube of that size. Incursus Minecraft ASMR stream. If only, if only. How close are you to the lower build limit? Here? Like 4 blocks. Okay, so that I'm actually quite satisfied with that. Now that I think about it. I did need to build that so I can make sure it works, but I am quite satisfied with that. I dislike that this is the only quote-unquote cooperative thing. I also need to find a way of... Alright, how do I string these together? Brain. Think brain. This is cool. I like this effect. We'll play around with that. Use command block or another portal to get in. No. I still want to do something with this, but I just genuinely can't figure out how to do that. So I think I'm going to not. I want to have 2 of these. I don't need to build 2 of these right now. So we can start with... Alright. I need to start with this. Because this is just straightforward and obvious. But I need this to be an actual puzzle. How do I use an how do I turn this into an actual puzzle? Is the question. And I probably don't even want to do anything sneaky with it. Just leave it a bog standard puzzle. And I'm okay with that. So how do I turn this into a puzzle? I could place different colored wool in different areas to unlock new doors in other rooms. I could. It could just be as simple as, you know, go in throughout, flip levers to activate. Basically what we have here, just flip all the levers and door opens. Like, flip all levers, door opens. Very simple. But... therein lies the question, how do we make this work? How do minecart tracks work with portals? Not well at all. Not well at all. Unrelated. I do appreciate that in the arcade today we actually got a few good games. We were actually against good players that kicked me out of their lane. so I can't play Nighthawks, or at least just bullied me so hard, or it's just straight up defeated me. It's so satisfying. It's something I can't get outside of streams, apparently. Is it easy with just a bit of redstone? Yeah, that's the question. Is it worth doing that as a puzzle? Like, what other puzzle systems are there? Most of the time when there's escape rooms or puzzles in Minecraft, it's literally just craft a specific thing and throw it into a hopper. It's like, okay, well, I don't really want to do a quote-unquote crafting puzzle. It's like, hey, can you figure out how to craft a charcoal using a single block of wood and 8 blocks of cobblestone and a stick? Like, okay. Don't want to do that. But what else is there? Literally just go press all the buttons. That's a thing you can do. Set the code to the main colors of the players and have the hint be, look at those around you and tell me what you see. You see, the problem with that is then I have to customize this for every single player that comes in, and I'm not about that life. Make them play, never gonna give you up on some blocks. Tempting, tempting. Very tempting. Add a book that hints the players to drop a blue block in the 3rd yellow room. Actually, that's pretty good. Always a good day to catch a stream. Yeah, you can use the schedule command, but to answer myself, it's going to be Saturday evening my time, usually around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, which is an hour and 15 minutes, or no, just 15 minutes from now, but on Saturday. This is usually when I start. So if I were to do... I could have a bunch of blocks, or just run around. In one of these is a chest where they find a block. Or even better yet, I should probably have... armor stands. How do you react to Minecraft armor stand? How do you react to redstone? Okay. Don't think they do they? They don't. Well, that's... okay, well, I can piston them around, but they don't react to things. Just don't pull a mumbo and use 1, 2, 3 for the code. I would never. Make them cry, write it in standard galactic and have the translation on page 100. Oh no. Non-Euclidean, that's weird for this. This puzzle is going to be perfectly normal by design. And it will be probably like the first layer. Like I'm thinking this will be the entry level. Players will say, hey, go through the puzzle world and collect MacGuffin and return to it. Just like, hey, adventurer, you've been tasked with looting this dungeon. Here's the entry. Go! And, they solve puzzle to begin with. Very basic puzzle, and things get wild from there. So, what will the puzzle be? I can't really do. Have I tried Valheim? I've never played it myself. Define normal. I mean, well and truly normal for Minecraft. Like, it perfectly vanilla. Someone who hasn't played Minecraft before should be able to figure it out. Like, there's not going to be anything unusual, untoward, or genuinely non-malicious here. The kind that would take a D&D party at most 2 hours. Don't want to play with glass because if they place it. Let me do mix the switches decoys and put the actual switches inside. I mean that's fine. I can put these anywhere. That is just a matter of running through and pressing the switches, which wouldn't be bad. It's just kind of boring. Have I tried using the create mod? I have not, no. So at this point, I'm kind of between just putting switches inside that they have to flip, and once all the switches are flipped, then 4, then it opens and they move on. Between that and collecting blocks, like say they just collect a block inside and have to place it somewhere. Like what I was thinking of is just having several armor stands and like each one of them having maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, and each one of them having a set of armor aside from one, and then inside there's just a helmet lying around, and the solution is, oh, collect helmet, put helmet on it. But they don't react, they have no way of reading them and reacting to redstone that way, so that's not gonna happen. As cool as that would be. Switches flip, open walls that display more switches, and they have to figure out which ones open the correct set of doors that allow the correct switches in the correct order. Layer as many times as you wish to be sadistic. Actually, I like that idea, because that's as simple as flip the switches, but it's a little bit more than literally just flip the switches. And I can have a light attached to each of these. Instead of these being switches here, I just have, I don't know, a redstone light. And once all 4 of them are lit, the floor opens. That kind of deal. I actually really like that. Do observers work with armor stands? No. Might as well be a random switch in the middle of the room that says do not touch. I'll make most D&D parties a couple days to figure it out. Oh. Okay, so I actually really like that idea. Basic, simple solution. I don't need any of this anymore. Originally this was going to be a kind of puzzle of there are 8 switches, figure out which ones to flip, and inside you'll find various indicators of which ones to flip. But I don't. And that could just mean you just run through it, and as long as you read the information, it just tells you which ones to flip, which isn't as exciting as the physical puzzle. So I like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to purge all of this redstone and redo it. And we'll start working on that. Go away, redstone. I'll leave those pistons there because I don't need to worry about those right now. you're feeling sadistic, you can make one room a giant graph, then put a linear equation on the wall, and they have to graph it on the floor. Oh no. That's a quick way to get no one to play it. For sure. Or at least to quit right then and there. But yeah, once they cross this threshold, then they can move on to the rest of the dungeon, which is nice. Okay. Yeah, floor is open, that's fine. You might be able to wire it so some switches reset others as well. More accurately, I can just wire it so that, like, say we put a switch. Where do we want to put the first one? I don't need these here anymore. I'll remove this to get them out of the brain. And instead we have lamp. Let's replace these with vertical lines. 1, 2, because they're horizontal lines. There we go. I think I do want to leave the colored floors here. And I'll leave them duplicated as they are, so that players can somewhat communicate with each other as they run through which ones to do. Okay, so what I can do here is we do this. And a very simple redstone. These are a little bit close to do this, aren't they? Yeah, I'll make this real simple for a door. Not doing any mumbo level vault doors here. As fun as those are to do. Let's just piston here, sticky piston specifically. Okay, and the players will be in adventure mode and in peaceful, so we won't have to worry about death or anything. And break this down. And recover. We have to do this. The rooms will be a little bit more oval in shape, but that's fine. And why am I doing this twice when I can do it once? This is why we think about things and do them in the test world. Okay. Oh, this needs to be here. I need to have this guy here. I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, get rid of this. Now I just need to power all of these guys. StarCraft II looks different. I agree. It definitely looks different. One thing I liked, I was watching Ludwig's interview with the YouTube CEO, and one of the things was the ability to change topics on YouTube, which currently doesn't exist, or categories on YouTube, which currently doesn't exist. And I was like, yes, please, give me that feature. I need it. Alright, so this guy, let's get you powered. Redstone and verticality, making me sad every time. Alright, where's my repeater? We won't be using these in the near future. We'll be using this. And this. do it, yeah? This one won't get powered from that. If we do this, and then this, that should get powered, yeah. If I do this guy. I'm gonna have to use a slab here, aren't I? Slab. And unfortunately, this also is not powering this as I wanted it to. This one is getting powered from the top. Okay, so I just need to slide all this up one. I was remembering incorrectly. So you go here, repeater, repeater. We need 1, 2. And what am I looking for here? What? Why am I? Why brain? I literally just had this. Why is this not working in my brain anymore? No. Thank you. Much better. There we go. Nice. Okay, so now I just need a switch for this lever. Lever. Okay. And we get power to this side. Alright, sweet. I can just put an inverter and do the same thing over there. If you're powering a door from the bottom, use slab staircases. Redstone, when places up on up slabs, can go up but not down. And quasi connectivity connects the pistons without a redstone. I think that's what I built, but I have no idea what you said. Or at least it's not making sense to my brain what you said. Don't need the repeater? You are correct, I don't need the repeater. If I do this, it will do the same thing, which actually simplifies this somewhat. Okay. Nope. Place. Thank you. And then power. There we go. Ta-da! Magic. Alright. And then I want to do the same thing over here. Excellent, yes. And we do 1, 2. And lever. Ta-da! Okay. So now I just need to connect these two and put a switch somewhere in the room. I also need to do the same thing to this side. Let's just uncover it all for now. There we go. So like this should be an obvious doorway. Let's build this first. Excellent, yes. He wants to build a roller coaster in Minecraft. Sounds like fun to me. Build this here, and then push in. Which means, so we push in from there, which means this needs to go here, and then our pistons go here. That's not a piston. Okay. And I'm noticing this is a little close, so in the later, we may need to adjust this at some point to make it further away. Because, yikes. I need these signals to be separate, which is unfortunate given the circumstance. But I can do this will run one way, one the other, which is fine. Okay. So here and here. Nice. So what I could do here is, first off, I need to link these two. We have this, so we'll go underneath and link it this way. I just need to carry a redstone signal underneath. Hello there, thank you for the follow. Underneath we go. Let's do this for now. Yeah, excellent. Okay, so now this should be open, and when I power, specifically anything here, anything between these two, we should get movement. Excellent. Alright, nice. Just what I wanted to see. Think the boat might have been easier. Yeah, how about that actually? It's easier to go up with redstone than it is to go down. But moving a signal down is always a chore. Okay, so we've got this, and now I just need to power something here. So if I were to do a button, let's say right here, this guy leads to here. This is on the wrong side. There we go. So whenever I power this guy, we get power out here, which means down we go. Very basic redstone stuff here. For I am no mumbo jumbo. And I just literally need to connect it. No complexity required. Not here though. There we go. Ta-da. I hate sometimes. This is what I get for building out of half slabs. We go one further out. Ta-da! Okay. So now when we flip this switch... did we run out of power here? Yeah, we did. Alright. There we go. Excellent. Ta-da! Half slab short in the redstone signal? Nope. Okay, so that's good here, and this goes straight down without interfering. Now I need to do this side, but have this on an inverter. Alright, so these go here, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go, and then we do this, and this, and this, and 1 and 2, and solid block. Ta-da! Excellent. And we're good here, so now we just go straight down, yeah? Okay. We do the same thing down here. I imagine I'm going to make these rooms somewhat bigger in the final version, so I don't have to run the redstone so close to each other, but we'll see. Alright. We have power, and down we go. So I want to link up these two here, and have them inverted to each other. Should not be hard to do. Should be fairly simple to do, actually. Like... what's a good way to do this quickly? So this kind of sort of has to be like that if I'm going up with it. And that won't. I need to power this block. How does one easily power this block without putting this here? Yeah, guess I could take this signal. When this is on. There. And I need to invert this guy. So rather than this, I just do... I'm offset now. How do I want to do this? I need to invert this guy on the way in. I think it's just the easiest way to go about that then. Okay. Do a basic inverter here. Needs to be one over, so we do this. Here. Oh, so you gotta do both. Okay. Let's gotta grab both. I need to have this here so I can grab this from here and power it, which in turn needs to power this block. I am so inexperienced with redstone these days. Looks like it doesn't turn. I need more distance. I'm trying to figure out a short way to do this when I don't need to. I've got room, might as well use it. Just a repeater here. There we go. And then just an inverter here. There we go. So now it's going to be the opposite of this signal, which is fine. And then we come over here and do the same thing. Did I cross the boundary? I did not. We're good. Let's make it short. Just drop it down the bedrock layer. You know, that would make sense. That would make a lot more sense. Would it though? Because I still have to bring it up to this guy. I would have to drop it down 2 layers below the bedrock layer. Redstone target block. I'm actually largely unfamiliar with target blocks. I know they react differently. I haven't played with them enough to have them as part of my active redstone construction tools. Okay. So now, whenever we flip this switch over here, we get that, which is what we want. And with this, we get progress. There we go. Those are opening on a delay and it's bothering me. Oh. That's fine. There we go. Ta-da! Magic. Okay, so this can absolutely cause someone to get stuck. Target blocks cause redstone to turn toward them. They can pass redstone through them. Yeah, that's actually good to know. Thank you. Alright, so this can actually cause someone to get stuck if there's a friend, TM, that closes you off, but I will let that happen, because if there are multiple people going through this and they do that to each other, that's on them, and they will have the opportunity to undo it. And this will enable them to move on to the next section, or at least this section, whichever comes first. Hello there, Colony Events. Welcome to the chat. Progress. So, puzzle. Yay, you solved the puzzle. You opened the door in front of... You pressed the lever in front of the door. Nice. Alright, so that will let them move on to the next section. And I will also have to grab a redstone circuit from here and run this back to this guy. And so if you light up all of these, then what ends up happening, just real quick, let me test this work this way. It does. All right. So, and if you, that'll be the one, and you have to light up all of them in order for this guy to open. I'll probably just have like a latch or flip-flop to, once you unlock all 4 at the same time, it'll flip and keep them permanently open, just so that people who decide to go trolling don't lock each other out. I'm missing one of these. Dungeon Master now has to build his own labyrinth. We tried playing Dungeon Master earlier, but StarCraft said no. I was sad. I was actually excited to play. Alright, there we go. So once you get all of these, you will be allowed passage through the floor. Is the goal. Should be fairly apparent once you flip the switches that they open up. Alright, so let's move on. This is the lever for this, so let's just run this over here and actually get that linked up. Going to take a bit of repeater action over here. Should be fairly simple. Let's start it from this line. And up we go. Or should I say down from here? And across. And just redstone. Regular old bog standard redstone. How long this one would take the D&D part to get through. Ta-da! Alright, so, very simple. This is on. And that's the objective. But if you come over here, you flip the switch, which is going to be a start state, it should be off. So, off. On. Ta-da! 1/4 of the puzzle solved. We did it, team! And so that will change the puzzle, so they'll have to run through it. What I should actually do is have another lever over here that has to be done. So they have to leave this one off. They have to leave this one off, then go press this one, which will then do the same thing and, I don't know, maybe open this guy over here. Open something over here for this one, maybe like open this guy. That way, they have to press this one first, and then after they press that, they have to come through here, and then press this, and then one at a time. Let's set that up this way. So they start here with this open, and they need to come over here and press a switch on this wall, which will close this off. This is just a dead end with a lever on it, on the wall. Lever goes here. Redstone comes out. Over here, redstone comes out. Thank you. And this one will do two things. It will, one, run all the way down the road. All the way over here. I can worry about making this all nice and compact later. And it will come over here and attach to this. Let's go further out. Alright. I did a maze some years back where you had command blocks that as you walked the maze, it shifted other parts of the maze using command blocks. It was a nightmare to figure out because you had to shift the maze to solve it. Yeah, I think I've seen a video about that. I think I've seen a couple of videos about that, actually. It seemed pretty alright. I don't know if you were here, Cover of War, I can show you. We've got kind of a similar experience going on with this. So, obviously, kind of not much going on here. But as you run through it, there's a little bit more to it than you would think. And God forbid you try to go back, you find yourself in a very dark hallway that's kind of shady. A little bit eye-catching. And so things get a little bit exciting real quick. But nevertheless, this puzzle is going to be the entry point to the dungeon that we're playing with here. That over there is basically the mental torment in its fullest. This is going to be the entryway where we have a particularly normal puzzle that's just a little bit of teamwork, a little bit of working together, and a healthy chunk of normalcy. But that will change quite quickly. But yeah, it's got that kind of sort of effect as using command blocks, but no command blocks were used today. Oh, I broke it. Okay. So now we've got that one lit up. So if you come over here and you disable this, we should have lights go away. Sweet, nice. Okay, so next up, I want this lever to affect something on this side of this door. So it's this right over here. So you have to turn this on and then flip this switch to close it off. And it will come over here and affect, I don't know, this guy. Let's just knock this out and come over here. We'll put a door over here. This both inspires admiration and complete fear. Good. Sometimes I wonder why people call me the big bad evil guy. Then I realize I'm sitting here making a dungeon for heroes to run through. And giving them options to betray each other. That's not how that works. I had it right the first time. Also, hello there, Safiel. Welcome to the chat. To think this was never meant to be a never meant to be used in this manner. Alright. Giving people the option to betray is the best PvP mechanic of Minecraft. I think you'll appreciate this one. the risk of showing everything off over and over again for everyone that comes in. We've got ourselves a basic maze that they're going to run through with your start and end. I think I need to stop. I really want it to be a crawl maze so that people don't just run through it and you have to, you know, want to rely on your teammates telling you where to go. But, like, getting people into crawling is a mechanic that a lot of people don't understand. But the solution will be easily visible from up here. So you'll be able to see your friends walk through it, and as they get from the beginning to the end of the maze. Obviously, the maze is not yet made here. But anyone will be able to just come up and look at the maze and watch their friends go through it and guide them through it. And I want to have something like... Maybe we could put the final switch in here. That could be it. That would connect it pretty nicely. That way you can just watch your friends walk through it. But, oof. You lurk a lot, but as a DM you feel obliged or obligated to comment? Yes. Understandable. I do enjoy making things like this kind of stuff. And then running people through it just to see what happens. But let's carry on doing the redstone here, shall we? Let's just start here because I am here. Okay, and ta-da! Magic. Alright, we'll go underneath. Remember, I am in creative, so I can knock out bedrock. So I don't want to do that if at all avoidable. Excellent, yes. I had a sign saying the last switch is back there, and I had another describing entering crawling mode. I don't like the idea of adding signs to explain mechanics to people, but, like, I don't know a solution to that outside of physically telling them. Or just not including such uncommon Minecraft mechanics. It's like, what do when your players don't know how to do? Wait a minute, one of these things is not like the other. It's like, if you don't know how to play Minecraft, I can't help you, but, like, I can help you, I just have to be... not immersive about it. I don't like that idea. I want these things to be something that you don't have to explain to people. Okay, so now these will be linkable somewhere. Automate putting players into crawl mode with redstone. That's another option. That's something I am considering. Problem I have with that... I guess I can just make it that way. Let me... So once they... This is why I had this crouch thing here, so that they crouch and then if they touch this, that flips them. But I can do something better. I can have it such that... You have 2, 3, 4. Excellent. And then let's just slap you here. Like so. Let's put a third one, because I can. And then we put... Let's put this way over here. What's the range on this? Right here. Oh, God. Okay. there a world in which you can reach this without... There we go, okay. Make it as idiot-proof as possible. Basic redstone. Easy life. And you just come out over here, so we put one of these here, and then one of these here, and one of these here, and one of these here, these here, and this is convenient. Alright. I don't remember if this works or not, and I'm always disappointed when it doesn't, because I remember it doesn't work every time. Yeah. So that should power these, right? Or what did I miss? Ah, found the problem. Okay. Use pressure plates. I don't want to do that because if I use pressure plates, then the moment they step off of it, it'll come back up, which presents a little bit of a problem. Because then they'll stand up again, and they'll have to hold down crouch, which is asking a lot. But if I do this... Oh, right. That doesn't power. That's the wrong block. Alright. Have to make sure to leave this in. There we go. So now we do this, and they get pushed down. Don't need this anymore. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's a mistake. We go this way. Can't go up. They stand on top of the pistons will break. Why? No. I have seen a problem here. Someone has to flip that switch. Maybe we leave it a pressure plate. Maybe that is a better idea. It also makes it such that yeah, let's turn this into a pressure plate real quick. Glass here. This is fine. Pressure plate goes right here. There we go. Okay. I just redstone out of this. And now we go up. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. And up and across. Okay, there we go. Kind of. That did push the pistons down, so I need to invert this. Which is easy enough to do like so. There we go. Excellent. So now, we walk on. Excuse me. Sticky piston. Right. Let's adjust this slightly. And put this guy right here instead. Okay. That's good. Let's redo this once more. There we go. Okay, better. I think we're doing like a 0 tick issue here with these, which is why this is getting adjusted like this. Alright, so now you go here. Did this just not... Why is this one specifically not pushing? Well, I broke my redstone, but... Did I do a bad... Right. Let's go. Once more into the fray. Hey, there we go. And if you back off, you get this happening to you. And if you go in, you go here. Excellent. Ta-da! Alright, nice. Put a redstone instead of a torch on the top block. Yeah. So I don't actually need this much distance for this, but it serves the purpose nicely. A little bit better. And if they want to stay crouched, stay here, they can. They can't really, but this is fine. Okay, so this will do. Yes, you're correct. I can just... Can I? Yes, I can just do this. A little bit easier. More simple. There we go. Okay, that'll do. D&D proofing successful. I mean, yes. There's a lot of thought that goes into D&D proofing this. Because, oh, humans. They're so difficult to work with. That's a bit of claustrophobia. I'm okay with this. So that's the thing that can happen. I can either have this at the end of getting through this. So once you go underground, you encounter this scenario. And it could be as simple as getting through here, flipping a switch on the other side, which just opens the door into nightmares. But that can do it. Okay. Nice. I think... Let's finish this first. Because I like this one. Design something idiot-proof in humanity will simply produce a better idiot. Yeah, that's a real problem. But at least I could make it such that if one of them figures it out, they can at least spread the word. So I don't need to make it fully idiot-proof. I just need to make it intuitive enough that someone figures it out. Which I could probably do reliably. Did I finish this? Kind of, sort of, not really. Yeah, okay, this one's done. I need to link it up and also build this one entirely. This opens here. I think I don't need to do anything else here. This is good. Let's just complete this then. I built this in the wrong spot. I don't care. This needed to be 1 over. This needed to be in the middle here, but whatever. I was supposed to be pushing these 2 blocks in. Isn't relevant to anything important. This room is just shorter for no reason. Other than I built it in the wrong door in the wrong spot. Okay. What's this for? I am building a world for my friends to play in. And I'm going to watch their reactions and it's going to be beautiful. Okay. The stream says StarCraft instead of Minecraft. Yes, this is because this is a super secret Minecraft stream that no one will know about except for the people who are good fans that come for the StarCraft. How is StarCraft broken? The servers are having a breakdown such that you can't reliably play the games, which makes me sad. So I can actually just drag this signal from here, which is convenient, and run it right over here. This is going to need a repeater or 5, but there's 2 repeaters, I think. Repeater and I think that won't work, but it might. Let's check the distance on this. So this needs to be closed until it is opened. So we will invert right here. I just need to put a redstone torch on a block here. Inverter. Nice. This will be closed. What happened? Oh, right. I need to connect in the middle here. Let's not add unlimited amounts of bedrock on the world. Thank you. Okay. There we go. So this will be... Run out of signal? Ran out of signal. That's the wrong block. There we go. Okay. Now we do... So, this is closed. Oh no, we can't get through it. How do you get through it? You have to... Well, that's normally how this is. So this is going to be how this is. You're going to walk in here. This will be closed. You walk in here. You don't know what to do. It's like, okay, let's go out here. You press the first switch you see. Switches doors. You go explore this. Nice. This is closed. Nothing to do. But if you do this, it opens this guy back to the way it was. And as you go exploring... Oh, look, here's this. It does nothing. But as you come back over here, you can see, oh no, it activated this guy. But when you come back over here, and you're saying, okay, what do now? Try this. Haha, friend, lock behind that. You come over here, and you realize, it's open now! So, that's what's gonna be happening. So that does work nicely. Let's unflip this, which closes this guy. Yes. Alright, so great. You'll love to see it. It's a piston maze. Yeah, I like it. Alright. So... let me think. That's, perfect reenactment of the player 10 out of 10. Especially the part where I trapped my friend on the other side, yeah. Okay. So that's good. So now I need at least one more over here. Because we have 1, 2, 3 piston. Which one of the... We have two activated. I want to have 4 different levers for them to flip. For arbitrary reasons. By arbitrary reasons I mean because I built 4 different lights. Also 4 is probably a good idea. Between 3 and 4 is going to be a good set, probably, in terms of distance, in terms of length of the puzzle. And where do I put the next one? So, closing this, flipping that switch closes off this area. you need to have this area before flipping this switch. So you have to run through over here, flip this switch. This switch opens this area. And then once you've done that, then you can flip this. Or you have to flip this, which opens this area, which then allows you to have this area opened and this area open. So once you're in here, do I want to... Question is, how far back do I want this to go? Because, like, I could just have the fourth switch just straight lock off this first area or something of the like. Or have it such that you have to have both switches active in order to unlock a door. I like this first set. The second one can be... So this will open. Let me... I'm not doing the wool maze anymore, so let me... adjust this. This has no redstone on it. Let me put... wool. Have I tried balloons yet? Which one? I just use glass. Here. And here's another... This isn't actually a door. We have a door here. Okay. You know, let us color code this. So you have white and wool. Here's white. This one no. This door is opened by this guy here. Alright, nice. This guy, we'll do orange for you. Is open. Let's first undo all of this so I can keep track of things. This is the old pattern. Okay. That guy over there does this one. Alright, so white does this, orange does that. Do I want to disconnect all of these? Nah, we're fine. Balloons TD6 and Balloons Battle TD2. I have played both, yes. By Frenzy means mental jigsaw subject volunteers. Yeah! Okay. Now I have to put on the thinking brain again, and that's the hard one, because that's the one that requires me to be creative. I don't like creativity. I'm unpracticed with it. And, well, you know, for creativity, that's something best done not on an empty stomach. So I'm going to say have a good night to everyone involved. Thank you guys for stopping by. It has been an excellent live stream. I know not the typical stream we do around here, but for now, have a good one, everyone. And I'll see you guys later.